And we're off. What's up, everybody? How are you? You know what? I should have double checked this. Let me make sure it looks all right. Yeah, okay. How are we, everybody? How are we? Welcome. Big night of fights here in front of us. I was supposed to go live at 11, but I had the bout order wrong, so we're going to go live now. UFC 314. We are off and running. Here we go. Here's John Anik. So I think it's the Hall of Fame announcement. Oh, Amanda Nunes. Yeah, I mean, not a difficult call, right? Not a difficult call. Amanda Nunes is going to go into the Hall of Fame. That makes all the sense in the world. How are we doing, everybody? How are we doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Big night of fights here in front of us. We're waiting, obviously, for the next fight, which will be Bryce Mitchell taking on Silva, and then, of course, Pitbull versus Yair, and then, of course, Paddy versus Chandler, and then, of course, Volk taking on Lopes. Sick fights all the way to the end of the night. And then, of course, as soon as this is over, we're going to transition into the post-fight show. So thank you so much for joining me. I greatly appreciate it. Thumbs up if you're watching. Subscribe if you haven't. I haven't done one of these actually in quite some time, in part because for the last pay-per-view, I had a conflict and I couldn't be here. I think it was the Poetan fight. So it's been a little while, but we're back, ready to rock. Hope everyone is doing great. Let's see. How about Dominick Reyes? We'll talk about it obviously in the post-fight show. Dominick Reyes getting a sick win over Nikita Krylov. Stunned him with the jab, then finished him off with that sort of like step back left hook. Man, that was sick. That was fantastic. So great job by him. Phenomenal win. Yeah, we're off and running. If you want to get a comment on the screen, you want to get a question, you want to make a joke, whatever, fire something into the super chat and we'll take a look. Also, it should be noted, let me put this up here, if I may. I might leave this up for a little bit. If you're interested in joining my Substack, which is where we'll do like all kinds of fight exclusives plus stuff beyond the fight world, this is where you go. You can subscribe for free and get some of the free stuff, but if you pay, you get all the extra stuff, including, people seem to love it, the Fight Day broadcast we did where we watch fights together and then we go over in slow motion some of the details. It's not like a full-on hardcore breakdown like I do for what we used to call MK Dissected or Here Technical Difficulties, but still a lot of fun. People loved it. I added a bunch of subscribers from doing it. So if you're interested, I'll leave this up. You can just scan the QR code and you can join me. There's a link below as well. All kinds of fun stuff. All right, so we're off and rolling. You know what? I got my toe spacers, right? Got my toe spacers. Got to put this on. You know that. Come on now. There we go. There we are. Got to get these toes fixed because they are fucked. They are real bad. You're like, Luke, are you wearing sweatpants? Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Oh, the many joys of working from home. All right. Let's do this. As you can well imagine, here we are watching this highlight package for Amanda Nunes. She is about as clear a case for the Hall of Fame as it gets. I mean, I could not imagine what a better case would look like, to be perfectly honest, at least on the women's side of the game. So this is an obvious call. Question is whether she comes back to fight the winner of Kayla and Juliana Pena, which, according to the press conference yesterday, she seemed to express unequivocal interest in. And I got to be honest, which is something we discussed on MK last week, you know, the game could use her, I think, especially the women's side of the game could absolutely use her. So there you have it. All right. I don't know what you're sipping on. I don't know what you're smoking on, but I hope it's delicious and I hope it makes you feel nice. All right. Salud. Oh, Nunes is crying. Nunes is crying. Yeah, I mean, understandable. Big honor. Big honor. Good for her. Hard earned. Hard earned. And then there's her wife behind her. All right. Gets a hug from Bruce. I think Dana was there earlier. She's right next to Israel Adesanya. Oh, lots of figures there in the fight game. Rob's there, Justin Gaethje's there, Kevin Holland's there, Cub Swanson. A bunch of the diggity donks are there. There's Dana giving her the old embrace. Yeah, nice scene, nice moment. There's Hunter Campbell with a very tailored jacket on. Very tailored jacket. Well tailored, actually. Looked pretty nice. The crowd in Miami tonight, little bloodthirsty. And I'm not calling them bad. That's not what I'm saying. But they're kind of, booing anything where it's not like amazingly exciting. Also, we have to discuss this very quickly if we can. The referees tonight. Jesus. Not a great night. Not a great night for the referees. Mike Beltran's having a couple of issues himself. And then on top of it, who was the guy in the Dan Ige and Sean Woodson fight? Andrew something. I forget his last name. Please forgive me. You can find it. Really bad stoppage. Really, really terrible, awful stoppage. Indefensible, actually, I would argue. So, all right. Okay, here we go. Bryce Mitchell's up, taking on Jayon Silva. So, we all know the score here, do we not? Mitchell, very good on the ground. Certainly been compromised on the feet at various times, but very talented, still very young, quite good. Silva appears to be a knockout machine, but I think against somebody with the ground game of Bryce that's this good, he is what I would consider to be very untested, relative to those considerations. So this is good matchmaking. And honestly, a vicious knockout on the part of Silva or Silva looking like he's completely out of his depth against a guy like Bryce on the ground, neither would surprise me. Neither would surprise me. How are we doing? Everyone doing good? Yes? I saw a very funny joke that if Bryce Mitchell wins, he would get on the mic and shout out Donald Trump as the next Hitler, and then under a sea of boos would try to explain that that's actually a good thing. That's not my joke. I saw someone else's joke. Very funny joke. Very funny joke. All right. Jesus, some of these highlights from Silva. Christ on crutches. All right, let's get to some of these. Here we got here. Signature sounds. What's up, Luke? Let's go Boots. Yeah, Boots Ennis tonight against Staniosis over at Boardwalk Hall in Atlantic City. That should be an interesting one as well. If you're a boxing head over on DAZN. I know if you're an MMA head, you don't give a shit. I understand. I'm simply telling you that, for those who are curious, that is a good fight. Boots Ennis is somebody who had a big hype. We kind of need to see where things are at now, but anyway. The Trump round. Oh yeah. It's been a MAGA fest the whole time. I mean, but that's where we are now. It's where we are now. That's just what the sport is. Shout out from Bangalore. Thanks for the watch along after so long. Makes Sunday mornings infinitely better. Yes. Shouts to the good folks at Bangalore. Look at this. My G, my guy, W. Kamal Bell. What's up, my friend? Thank you so much. Didn't have to put the donation in, but thank you. Thank you. Shouts to my guy right here, W. Kamal Bell, a real one, if ever there was one. And by the way, it turns out a Celebrity Jeopardy champion. Fucking great. So that's amazing. All right. Michael, toe spacers and sweatpants. You got on some icy. Okay, that one got me. Look at Silva. He barking at the screen. I saw someone else make a joke. They said there's a guy named Pitbull on the card, and there's another guy who barks. They're not the same guy. C-Shank says, kind of want Bryce to win just to see the duality of what he would say with Trump and Musk in the front. Oh, you're right. He'd probably just ignore the Musk part. You know what I mean? Alex says the donk stream begins. Vapes are locked and loaded. Deep dish pizza. So glad after cratering the world economy, Trump has the time to glaze his cult followers. All right. All right. I'm trying to be as like focused on the fights as I can because you guys know like these other things do matter, of course. But like on fight night, I just try my level best to focus on the fights one way or the other. All right, here's Silva, who, by the way, remember, weighed in at 147 yesterday. Didn't seem to look bad to me. Seemed a little bit more like annoyed that he didn't make weight. Came back out within, I think, an hour and then weighed in at 146. Then crawled actually underneath the kind of tent that they put up. You know what I mean? So, but he made weight. He made weight. Question is, not a 5-round fight, just 3-round fight. But if he can not avoid the takedown, but maybe avoid the sub, is he just going to end up getting worked over, like just drained? You know, but will Bryce put a game plan on him that is labor intensive, that like make like what, for example, like something akin to what like Chase Hooper did to Jim Miller, where it was just making him labor. You know what I mean? Fiziev versus Bahamondes is straight fire, frozen rope. Yeah, they're going to put that one in Baku when they go to Azerbaijan. That is a sensational fight. Sensational fight. Can't wait for that. That one's going to be awesome. All right. So there's Silva stunting as he walks in the ring, or cage, excuse me. Let's see what he does here. He's doing some weird-ass bit. All right. Okay, I don't know what the fuck this is, but he's doing it. He's like touching the top of the entire octagon fencing, and he's standing at the door that Bryce Mitchell is supposed to enter. Oh, he moved away now. Okay, all right, very good, very good. And he's dapping up the commissioners. All right, here comes Bryce. I could not hear what music he's coming out to. I can't hear it. Unfortunately. You rightly pointed out that the new gen of 55ers are not up to the level of the old guard, but what about guys like Hooper? Seems to be developing. Dude, that was a great performance. That was a really great performance from him. I mean, Jim Miller's going to be tough, even if, he's old, which, relatively speaking, he is certainly old. But, he's crafty, super veteran. Guys, people forget he wrestled D1 at Virginia Tech, black belt in jiu-jitsu. Like, he's tough. He's a tough fucking guy. So to me, I thought Hooper looked great. I don't know exactly what it says about the upside, given that you did have an opponent who, is that age. So I think we just kind of have to understand that. But certainly I can say this. Incontestable progress on the part of Chase Hooper. Real, demonstrable progress. No doubt about it. Steven says, this slurp session for Trump and Elon and his human shield, is that his kid? Can't help but focus on this garbage propaganda. Wish they would just let us enjoy the fight. Well, they won't. So you have to use your brain power to like fucking block it out as best you can. All right. Man, I got to tell you, Bryce has looked locked in as far as I'm concerned all week. Says crazy ass shit, which is nothing new. But the kind of crazy ass shit that I was like, didn't look rattled, I guess is the point that I would make. Didn't look rattled. And again, we know how they match up, man. Here we go. Here we go. You know what? I've been saying this. And part of what's going on here is manufactured. Oh, there's Bryce. Bigging up Trump. Part of what's going on here is manufactured because all fighter beefs to an extent are manufactured, or pretty close to it anyway. But one thing that I do think has been missing with UFC more recently is there's just not been enough rivalry, guys selling conflict between themselves. It's felt to me a little bit transactional. Like, you show up, I'll show up, we fight, then we leave, and like there's no connectivity between them. This is the opposite of that. For which I am quite grateful. All right, here we go. Bruce is in the octagon. Damn, Silva is... I got to tell you, I can't tell if Silva is like super confident or super nervous. You know what I mean? He's 5'7". That is not a large man. Okay. I mean, you can stop touching Bruce. Oh, my God. Barking. Quite literally. All right. There's Bryce. Once again, I think he's got competitive nerves, but, very experienced competitor. Where's he from? Searcy? All right. Here we go. Who's the ref? Oh, Jesus. Mike Beltran. God help us. All right. Here we go. Round 1. Seems to me, classic striker grappler. Let's see what actually happens. Are they going to touch gloves or not? No, Bryce is not going to do that shit. Bryce putting pressure on him right away, which you would expect. Silva's going to have to wrestle here, man. He's waving him on. Okay, now they're back in the center. Some oblique kicks from Bryce to disrupt and harass the base of Mitchell. It's a good strategy. Excuse me, of Silva. I apologize. Oh, I didn't put the fucking timer up. Hang on. I'll get it up. Excuse me. Where are we at? 4:21. Let me see here. Where are we at? 4:15. Not quite. There we are. Open stance fight. Pay attention to, as always, standard disclaimer, lead foot positioning for either. Also potential head clashes when they dip to the same side. Both guys being very cautious. Understandably. Man, Silva's got his hands low, which you would expect. Needs to be there for the down blocking, should it be necessary. Mitchell has a great single leg, has a great high crotch, and a good crackdown. Oof. Good body kick from Silva. Misses with the follow-up right. Big movements from Bryce. He looks a little nervous to me. Big movements. Silva a little bit more economical in his motion. Caught kick, but right hand misses. Silva's just a little bit short with that right hand. He's got to get a little closer. Caught kick again. Man, Silva can see everything. Yeah, Silva's just a little short on that every time. Got a little closer that time. Using the left hook to then close the space and then knowing he'll miss and then trying to throw the right. Ooh. A lot of, ooh, that left hook just missed for Silva. A lot of like this from Silva. Ooh. Man, I'm telling you, Silva is right there with that right hand. Right there. Bryce, if I'm Bryce, man, it's, I know you don't want to rush things, but there it is. Good down blocking from Silva. He's trying to cut the corner. He has to beat the arm to do it. You can see that left arm there of Bryce. He's got to stuff that. He's got to beat that. There you go. Bryce kind of took a bit of a hurried shot there. He looks a little nervous to me. He looks a little nervous. Good couple left hands there from Mitchell. Both of them exchanged kind of left hands there. I think Silva got the better of it. Man, Silva just leaving his feet to chase him down. That seems questionable. Oh! Looks like a spinning heel. Oh, great timing on the takedown. Silva goes for a guillotine. I don't know if he's got it. He might. Full guard. Well, what you're looking for is the choking arm elbow to drive in. I don't think he's going to get it. Oh, he's fucking squeezing. He needs to come on. Let it go. You have to let it go and come on top if you're Silva. You have to let it go and come on top. Nah. You fucked that one up. He still got the choke. Okay, Bryce is out. Yeah. There was a moment there where Bryce was trying to scoot his hips out. All right, Silva gets up. That's pretty good. All right. Oh, a ninja choke. Ninja choke. Oh, he almost had that. What they used to call a power guillotine in my day. I'll tell you, Silva's looking pretty good. Oh, there's some piece of skin or Vaseline over the left eyebrow of Silva. Okay, good first round. I got to tell you, Silva looked pretty good. We'll see how tired he gets from the guillotine. There was a moment there where you saw Bryce trying to scoot his hips out to escape the guard. That's when you let it go and then you come on top. And then you just rain down ground and pound. He didn't do that, but he was able to get up from bottom anyway, so I guess it didn't really matter. But good first round. Bryce Mitchell with some low kicks there. Boom. Oh, yeah, he did tag him with that left. Boom. Oh, what a beautiful spinning back kick. Or turning, really. More of a turning back kick. All right, here we go. Round 2. Round 2. He's trying to touch gloves. Bryce doesn't want to touch gloves. Here we go. Let's go. Round 2. Nice body kick from Silva. Silva doing this number at him. Hook kick from Mitchell misses. Oh, Bryce gets dropped with a 2-puncher. Silva says stand back up. He stands back up. Good shot from from Mitchell. But he stuffs the double. Okay, Silva is in his head. Silva's in his head. I mean, I'm not counting Bryce out in terms of his chances, but whoa, Silva kind of faking that back kick again. Oh, he's getting... Dude, Silva is like annoyingly not trying nearly as hard as I would like him to. Like for any fighter, like the clowning has a moment, but then there's a point where you got to stop the clowning. Silva threatening with this guillotine. He doesn't have it, but he's trying to put it into position where if Bryce continues, can then lock it up. Okay, now he's leaning back into... Bryce pulls... I think he tried to go for a lateral drop, but ended up pulling Silva on top of him, but now he stands. Silva kind of bullying him here a little bit. Good down blocking from Silva. Okay, but Silva, if you want to win, you got to stop the fuckery. Silva kind of feinting that shoulder. You saw that shoulder for that back kick, and he's looking away. Dude, what the fuck are you doing? Stop this shit, bro. Fight him. Or don't, but fucking knock this shit off. People like the clowning if it results in something actionable. But if you're just going to fuck around, you're wasting everybody's time. Bryce got a little bit of blood coming out of his nose. Oh my God, dude. These big hooks. All right, now Silva's got an underhook pressing Bryce into the fence. I don't imagine he'll go for a takedown. He doesn't. He separates, and he's back on him. It looks to me like Silva's just trying to use like a certain kind of weapon. He wants that uppercut he hit on Jourdain. Oof. Mitchell, you know, some of the leg kicks are landing. He looks a little labored. Those are working for him. I mean, I'm not saying Silva hasn't done anything this round, but I'm like, you know, you got to land something like more memorable than this. Oh, he dropped him at the beginning. That's right. Okay, now he's fucking teeing off on him. Good timing on the takedown by Mitchell. Let's see if he can get it. His shorts might be coming off. Okay. Ninja choke. One more time. Ninja choke. Power guillotine. He's going to roll. You have to come up. You got to come up. There it is. They tapped him. Got him. That's it. Dude, Jayon Silva beat his ass. Beat his ass. I thought that'd be a lot closer. I didn't know what we were going to see from Mitchell's ground game. Dude, Silva didn't fear it at all. Silva didn't fear it at all. Incredible. Incredible. And here comes all the fighters glazing Trump as a consequence. Okay, can I just say, I don't mind the fucking around. I really don't, but I usually like it when it, it's just a little bit. They let you taste it, and then it leads to something actionable. Went on a little long for me, but that was a phenomenal performance by Jayon Silva. A phenomenal win. I thought it'd be. I wasn't sure how this one was going to go. Again, to me, Silva's ground game against somebody as good as Mitchell was very much untested. But that was a great. Oh, here he is, acting like a maniac. Oh, he wants his glasses. He wants the glasses. Yeah, there we go. Look at him. Look at this fucking animal. All right, here's the replay. Mitchell circles counterclockwise. It gets greeted with that left hook. And look at the positioning. Knocks him over because of where he was standing. Boom. Takes up the space. Boom. We talked about lead outside foot positioning. Anytime, of course, you have open stance fight, that is the dominant factor. Here comes the ninja choke, which we used to call a power guillotine. No one really calls it anymore. And you can see Silva's off to his hip, but he has to come up a little bit to finish that, just like that. Switches his hips. You saw that. As soon as he switched his hips, and you can drive your hips down to the mat, that's when the magic happens. And there you go. He got it. Phenomenal performance. Really great performance from Silva. And there's the GOAT interpreter, Fabiano Busquet. All right, here we go. Loving RNC3. I saw Ted Cruz in the audience. I was like, okay, that's what we're. But dude, understand it. Like, you see, ESPN reported that TKO is already in talks with members of Congress to get the portion of the Ali Act, a portion, not the entire thing, but a portion of the Ali Act repealed. So it makes sense to have these fucking people at your event. You know what I mean? And they like it because they think they look cool, All right. Man, Silva, I gotta say, I'm not gonna say he made it look. Maybe you could even say he made it look easy. Can't say he struggled. Can't say he struggled. All right, here he is with. Joe's got the glasses on. Dude, look at this maniac. Look at this maniac. Barking. Man, there was an article years ago written by a doctor for SureDog, and he pointed out that like how many chemicals in your brain get released during events like this for competition in public, fight or flight response, and how for these guys it's like being high on drugs. He looks high on drugs. I mean, not literally smoking or shooting drugs, but I mean like the natural chemicals in his body. Miami. Rogan gave him the microphone. That's supposed to be a no-no. Oh, he's pimping the fighting nerds glasses. He's asking him about touching gloves, Rogan is. Let's see what he says. All right, he's answering in a calm manner. Boy, I got to tell this. People were bitter at me when I was like, I didn't want Ilya to leave the division, and I get it. If you can't make weight, you can't make weight. But Silva versus Topuria, like in terms of like striking, I mean, there's so dude. 145 is on fire. You guys heard the opening of Cattle? If you've never heard the opening of the band is called Cattle Decapitation, and the song is called "Finish Them." Play that song. Fire. That's what 145 is now. Fire. This whole card almost not quite is a showcase of 145. This is 145. The next fight's 145. Main event's 145, and you got. And then Ilya just left. Imagine if Ilya was still there, and this was like for the interim belt or whatever, the main event. Dude, you'd be like, God damn, dude. If Ilya was still, I mean, you could even make the case now, but if Ilya was still at 145, like, no, there's no question in my mind it'd be the best division, and it already might be. Like, we know 135 is still great. 135 still got a lot of interesting things, but 145 is fucking hot. And they lost Ilya and they lost Max. Imagine if you had both of those guys still back there, dude. You got just absolute madness happening. Thoughts on the Baku card? You think it's worth spending a small fortune to attend a first UFC experience? I don't. That really is up to you. I can't. To me, it would not be worth it. That's a personal decision. But like, you know, everyone likes to spend their money differently. I don't know how to answer that for you. I think that the prices they're charging are way too much, but mileage may vary. Midnight says Dan Hooker deserves to be mentioned alongside the action heroes generation of lightweight. Yes, I would agree with that. Also praying Bryce gets stretched, but I ain't paying UFC to see it. Well, he didn't get stretched, but he did get submitted. There's Kayla. There's Juliana. Oh, the Florida Gators are there. They won the national title. Ant says Bryce can punch, but has a... And my screen went blue because it's ESPN Plus. What the fuck? You fucking dopes. That's a great joke. Danny says Bryce was shredding Silva's legs and didn't call out any. He was definitely doing well with that. It didn't seem... Okay, so here's the thing. I'm not going to say that's not true because it's true. What I am going to say is it didn't really meaningfully do anything to Silva. It didn't make him change stances. It didn't make him hurry up his offense. It didn't really make him shoot or anything. He just kind of took it and kept going. So it matters. It certainly matters and it counted. But to me, when you say shredding someone's legs, what you have to see is how it changes things around them. And it didn't really change anything. Damn, Luke, looks like the quote, if you want to see Bryce get knocked out because you're mad at what he said, worked on you. Guys, I don't know how to explain this to you. I said it before and I'll say it again. I only care that the right guy wins, and the right guy is the one who deserved it. So the referee doesn't fuck around. They were better that night. If that had been Bryce, I'm totally okay with it. The thing that was annoying me about Silva was that he was clowning too much, and I just don't like it when they clown and clown and clown. So that's why I'm hurrying them to do something about it. But dude, trust me, you've never known it. There's been plenty. Dude, I barely even said anything about this motherfucker all week. Lighten the fuck up, will you? Seriously? Like, here I am trying to focus on the fights, and you fucking guys are picking corn out of my shit to like nitpick me about nothing. You move the fuck on. How about that? You move the fuck on. Major strength issue. Silva did look like, yes, I do think that played a role. I mean, it's obviously a little more than that. but I do think that played a role. Yes, he appears to be very physical for the weight class. Do you think Mitchell was dreaming about pre-meth Hitler after Silva put him to sleep? You'd have to ask him. You'd have to ask him. Silva looks like he's having fun and only in second gear. Yeah, see, that was my problem. I agree, but second gear, a little too long. A little too long in second gear. Like, dude, like, okay, a little bit of that's fine, but either do something with it or don't. Like, I just can't stand it when it just goes on for a while like that. But, you know, he fought well. He certainly fought well. Even Oleg Shashek, who trained with these guys, won his fight. Yes, he did. Yes, he did tonight. How many champions do you think they're going to generate at the Fighting Nerds? I don't know, but I'm not in the position to doubt them. Proches, I don't know. Silva looks like an interesting one. Hoofy looks like an interesting one, but still somewhat untested. Bohalio certainly seems like a title contender eventually. Hard to say. Because, dude, the other part, too, is a lot of these guys are still so young, or, you know, relatively speaking young, that you just don't know. Are they really going to materialize into something? How much longer can they keep this up? Everyone peaks at different times. You know what I mean? 100% agree that Topuria dipping out of 145 is sad. Dude, like I said, if you can't make the weight, you can't make the weight. And it's totally okay. I understand that. But golly, man. Golly. Like, just a moment in time where you could capture lightning in a bottle. That would be like the best 45 I'd ever seen if they had all those guys there all at once. All right, here we go. Speaking of 45. Thoughts on Reyes versus Aspinall? Yeah, I mean, let's dial that back a little bit. I mean, that's a great win that Reyes had. We'll talk about it on the post-fight show, but you know, I don't know. Let's wait. Let's wait a little bit. Alan W says Silva looked like he came in the ring after sex. Yeah, he did. He did. I couldn't quite tell if he was like really confident before the fight. Remember I said it, if he was really confident, really nervous. Turned out he was really confident. Turned out he was quite confident. I wasn't sure. And Jake says, if O'Malley really was severely compromised with his hip, do you think he has a decent chance this time around? If he was as compromised as he seems to suggest, I certainly think it could be a different fight the second time. But that is a monster if. I don't know how to answer that, you know. We were having to like kind of take him at his word on that. Apoplectic Spock says, oh, he's a YouTube member. Thanks, my friend. All right. So they're doing this highlight reel package. Now, you guys, I'm sure you saw this week the fireworks between Diego Lopes and Yair Rodriguez. And of course, if both of them emerge victorious tonight, even then, maybe if both of them lose, but if both of them stay on, let's say, the same path, how about that? Seems like they got a date for destiny at the Guadalajara show. Ah, okay. All right. All right, there's Pitbull. No question about it, best fighter in Bellator history, but 37 years of age. I just don't know what to make of it. If you watch the Fight Day broadcast that we did on the Substack, we watched Volk's last fight, which was against Yair, and Volk did a phenomenal job with the wrestling to control the majority of that bout. Pitbull can do that if he needs to. I don't know if he will. I don't really know. He had a couple of bad showings and then looked good against Jeremy Kennedy. And I don't know what to make of 37 now. You know, I don't really know what to say, but I guess we'll see. Anyway, Yair obviously when it came to the ground game was kind of like in survival mode, like just didn't really have. I mean, obviously he does have some submissions, but against Volk, he just really could never get it going. I wonder to what extent Pitbull might mix it up. Pitbull typically defensively wrestles more than the opposite. He also has good submissions, but he tends to be more like just wants to win with his boxing. That just is bread and butter. He does have submissions. He has a phenomenal guillotine. So I guess we'll see. All right. Here's Megan O'Leary in her third trimester. That's not easy. They put on his lower third for Patricio, quote, relishing this dream come true alongside his brother, end quote. Okay. All right, here comes Pitbull. No? There he is, folks, with the captain. Coach Eric Albarracin in the back there. They one of 4 former Bellator champions on the active UFC roster. Yeah, but this is the best one of them all, by far. Let's just see what he's got left. Is it too little, too late to be here at 37? I mean, Chandler came over at 34. That was a little bit old, you know. But I guess we'll see. Man, this fucking guy was fighting Joe Warren in fucking casinos in Thackerville, Oklahoma. I mean, this dude has fought on the smallest of small shows. Let me look this up here real quick. Listen to some of these venues that that Pitbull fought in. So I mean, just these are, and by the way, fighting tough fucking guys. I'm not saying the best in the world all the time, but tough fucking guys. So this dude, when he came to Bellator, Uncasville, Connecticut, fine. Monroe, Louisiana, Louisville, Kentucky, fine. Concho, Oklahoma, Lake Charles, Louisiana, Rio Rancho, New Mexico. That was a decent one. Temecula, fine. Mulvane, Kansas, Atlantic City, back to Uncasville, Temecula. A couple shows in St. Louis. I was there for those. Anaheim, Rome, Tel Aviv, Rosemont, Inglewood, back to Uncasville a million times. You know, he's been around the block. And a lot of them just did that Bellator circuit. Under Rebney, under Coker. This guy paid his dues and then some. There's his brother, Patricky. Man, he looks to be in awesome shape too. Jesus. Big difference. You may not appreciate this, but it is a big difference. The Bellator cage is completely circular. I think the PFL cage is like 6 sides or something like that. And even then, the dimensions are somewhat constrained relative to this. But this dude has basically been fighting in a circular cage for the vast, overwhelming majority of his career. And these are flat panels, and there's angles, and it's a little bit different. And I actually think that Pitbull's never been like a big footwork evasion guy. He's a step and slider. He's not like a blitzer in that particular way, but it should give him more leeway to move. And to that point, you're fighting a guy in Yair Rodriguez. It's going to make him a little bit harder to corner, I think, as a consequence. Yair looking quite comfortable. All right. Let's see what we got here. KC says, I need more fighting nerds in my life. These dudes are electric. Electric. Tommy says, am I the only one who got McGregor Poirier 1 vibes from that performance by Silva? McGregor Poirier 1 ended in the first round off like a single shot. I didn't get that vibe exactly. Paul says, brother, I almost dropped $720 for a decent set at the Bell Center, and then they removed Burns and Morales to the main event, the shitty Apex. God damn. So that's what I don't know what to tell you, bro. Like, I just wouldn't spend money like that. Everyone's different. Everyone's got different income, different priorities. But like, it would have to be, Pantera. I said this before, like, Pantera is maybe my favorite band, or one of my all-time favorite bands. Certainly one of the most formative bands of my music experience growing up. And even then, I didn't pay more than $250 a ticket to see them. That's like the max I would pay. I'm just not spending $1,000 a seat to see things. I'm not. It just seems like a waste of money to me. But other people have different opinions. There it is. Animesh just handing out motherfucking memberships. Jayon Silva versus Aaron Pico. That's a tough debut for Aaron Pico, but that fight fucking bangs. I would not hate that at all. Justin, thank you. Boots, Staniosis threw in the towel between the 6. No. No way. No way. Did he really? Oh, Amanda Nunes just did a scrum backstage where she definitively declared that she will return to face the winner. There we go. Of Pena versus Harrison. Man. Yeah. Ennis, KO6, Staniosis. Boots' finest performance to date, CompuBox says. Wow, man. You know what? There was an argument about Boots. There was an argument about him. Like he needed tougher competition. He needed someone to like motivate him. Amazing. Wow. He must have beaten the shit out of Staniosis. I can't wait to see that. Alex, Pitbull has made doing this for so long. He fought Tom Brady's college roommate. All right. Grateful for your commentary. Well, grateful for your patronage. The UFC commentary is horrendous. It's a little strong. I haven't muted yours in place. I'll just say thanks for listening to mine. All right, guys. All right, here we go. Here's Patricio Pitbull. Thought I'd never see the day. He always does the sword thing. That's always a thing that he does. All right. There is Yair, as my wife would say. All right, what are we thinking? So for me, I'm a little bit concerned about Pitbull's age and his reflexes against somebody who can do this, but who's high flying, can throw strikes at different speeds and angles and directions, and is unorthodox. But at the same time, Pitbull's an excellent fighter. And Pitbull has dynamite punching power. Got to get my Nasacort, y'all. All right, here we go. There he is, Andrew Glenn, the fuck up from the last fight. All right, here we go. 3 rounds if you need it. Here we go. Round 1. They're saying Yair's never looked better, and he does look good. But I'll also say at 37, Pitbull looks fucking jacked too. All right, open stance fight. Same thing you're paying attention to. Lead foot positioning and then potential clashes of head. Cautious opening. Pitbull not reluctant to play the what's called the fencing game, the lead hand touch battle. Now he's starting to open up a little bit. They're both kind of waiting to counter the other here a little bit. There he is. Oh, leg kick from Yair and nearly scores a right hook, just misses. Pitbull wanted to counter, wasn't really there for it. There's definitely going to be a speed difference between them. Big feint with a right hand by Pitbull. He lands his first kick inside to the thigh. There's that oblique kick from Yair, again, to disrupt and harass the base. Oh, step through front kick from Rodriguez. Switches stances. There he goes back to it. Again, you can see Rodriguez kind of feint that shoulder. Pitbull hasn't really got a whole lot going yet. Neither guy really has, but Yair's got a little bit more going. Okay. Pitbull waiting for Yair. It looks to me like Pitbull's waiting for Yair to step hard so he can slide out and counter with a left over the top. Jumping switch kick from Rodriguez. It's blocked. A little slow of an opening round here. Pitbull not really. Oh, head kick from Yair. Now, it didn't land super full. I mean, it landed clean. It wasn't thrown as hard as it could have been because he was on the move with his feet, but that was nice. This is what I was kind of worried about. As I said before the fight, this kind of thing. But it's got to. Pitbull's got to get closer. There he is. He locks up the underhook. Let's see what he can do with it. And let's see if Rodriguez can disengage. Sasai can't get it. They break apart. Attempted Sasai. Couldn't get it. Sasai is that outside trip that you saw Brady hit on Leon Edwards to trip him and then get on top. Islam Makhachev also has a great Sasai. S-A-S-A-E. Pitbull hesitant here. He's not really doing a lot offensively, like feinting. Man. Rodriguez's diversity of kicks and like locations and targeting. Oh, trips out the bottom leg. Pitbull's now on top. Let's see if he can maintain. Pitbull has an excellent ground game, and he goes right into crossface half guard. Just 30 seconds left, so he needs to do something with it. There he goes. Tries to pass to Mount, and Yair stuffs it. He should have done this a while ago. Yeah, Pitbull's ground game is nice. By the way, if you see someone and they have the crossface on there, that's the left hand of Pitbull against the jaw. It's very, very hard to move. You can move underneath, but if you see someone with a nice tight crossface, that's going to be an important condition to keep them stabilized underneath. And now you're seeing Pitbull just borrow the Volkanovski playbook, go chest to chest, replace with the elbow, use that to pin, and then go ground and pound over the top. All right, round one. I would still give that one to Yair, for sure. Pitbull is kind of waiting for Yair to give him openings rather than creating them. And I'm not saying he can't win with that, but it does make it harder. Makes it harder to win. Here's the replay. You can see him. Boom. All right, round two coming up. He kicks out the bottom leg and catches the other one. Nicely done. Here we go. Seconds out. Round two. Here we go. Okay, now they're both in right-handed stance. Head kick from Pitbull. Blocked. Leg kick, too far away. Yair now clowning him. Again, guys, I don't mind the clowning, but you got to do something with it. Again, a diversity of kicks off that lead leg, the right leg of Rodriguez. Oh, switches stance. And Pitbull makes him pay for it. That was nice. Oh, there's that left hook. That's what he's looking for. Boxing range. That's the Pitbull magic right there. That's what he does. That was nice. Good slip. Came over with the right hand, left hook. Now he's a little bit more active. Let's see how Yair responds. Okay, they're back to open stance. Looks to me like Pitbull looks to me like he's trying to move in certain ways to pull Rodriguez into him. Typically, not always, but typically as he fades to his right. Now here he's moving left. Let's see. There he is. Now he's cage cutting, so of course he's doing that. Good job by Rodriguez to kind of harass the space. Ooh. Attempted right hook from Rodriguez gets blocked by Pitbull. Pitbull has a high guard, slips again, goes for the double. Let's see if he can get it. Sure does. Let's see if he laces the legs, which is what he's going to need to do. And he raises them up, of course. Gets him Yair against the fence. He needs to be careful here. Got a little something from it. Rodriguez landing some leg kicks. Nice right hand from Rodriguez. Really closed the distance. That was great. Popped Pitbull's head back. Yeah, you can tell what Pitbull wants. Pitbull wants Yair to blitz into him, particularly with punches, and to slip just like that. Did it again. That's what he's looking for right there. That's the whole show. Hard to do in that big-ass cage. Oh, nearly eats a head kick twice. Good defense, by the way, from Pitbull. Really good about keeping a high guard. Jabs his way in. Right hand kind of lands, but I think of more of an off-balancing shot. Y'all are going to think I'm absolutely a fucking maniac for pointing this out, but look at the distance between the big toe and the rest of the toes on the feet of Pitbull. He has awesome spacing on his toes, which gives him greater balance. As someone who has fucked up feet, it is amazing to see people like that. I am jealous. They're exchanging. Pitbull couldn't get off, but he has good defense. Now, Yair doing a lot of single strikes. You see this? A lot of single strikes. He might get countered if he keeps it up. I know he put a little bit of a combination together there with the punches, but it's a lot of single shots. Pitbull's going to counter that if he keeps that up. Double off the fence, can't get it. Got an underhook. Tries to go for a double. Let's see if he can switch. Nope, but he goes to the body lock. Good chaining. Good chaining by Pitbull to stay on that one. Good defense also from Yair, especially to turn off the fence, the initial one. Okay, so Pitbull has to get this guy in motion or get his leg in between. He has to do something. You can't just hold him here like this. It won't result in anything. Let's see if he can get behind him and then turn him to the mat. Let's see. Oh, amazing. Looks like an Osoto or Harai. I have to go see exactly how they were positioned. All right, round two. Bit of a weird one there. Looks to me like Pitbull probably needs a stoppage to win, but the scores have been a little strange tonight, I guess. A careful fight through two. We can say that with great confidence. A careful fight through two. Pouring water on his balls. Exchange of left hooks. All right, here we go. Seconds out. Good right hand from Yair. All right, round three. Round three. Here we go. Pitbull's got to get to work here. They're both switching stances like video game characters. You know what? The octagon floor just doesn't have enough ads. That's really the issue for me. Okay, a minute down. Pitbull just still hasn't done much. Okay, slips there, no counter. Good shot to the body from Pitbull. That's a little bit better. Oh, steps in with the right hand nearly. Oh, rocks him with a left hand. Now he was spinning at the same time. That's a decent shot. That big open octagon, it's just tough for Patricio's style. He's got a real economical style of movement. It's just, Yair is able to maximize it with his style so much better. Guys, what the fuck? Quit complaining about minor fouls. Let's go. Oh, right hand misses for Pitbull. Ooh, left hook lands. Oh, Patricio gets dropped with his own right hook, with the right hook from Yair. Now Yair is banging on him. Patricio's underneath. He looks okay. I don't know. These are good shots from Yair. Good ground and pound. Yair not having his posture controlled. Now, there it is. A little bit better on the posture control, but still not great from Patricio. Okay, now he's got double underhooks. Push him back if you can. If he's sitting high like that, you can step over him. Oh. Some of this ground and pound is nasty. Pitbull he's I don't know how much longer he's got, folks. Oh, here we go. We're making some fucking we're still fighting the UFC versus Bellator battles. Jesus Christ. Guys, he's also 37. I mean, all right. Okay. Armbar from Pitbull. Armbar. Oh. I don't think he's going to get it, but it's a nice attempt. Almost like a De La Hiva here from Pitbull. Not quite. There he is. He's up on the single. Let's see what he can do with it. He might get guillotined here. Pay close attention. Oh, he's going to sit back for... he's trying to get a heel hook, actually. I don't think he's going to be able to get it. Yeah, there's ankle exposure, but you're going to have a hard time twisting the... Okay. And you see Pitbull going for an Achilles lock, but that's really hard to submit somebody with. And you can, neither guy has anything great. Yair. Okay. Now Yair's trying to get heel exposure. He's got inside Ashy, and he stands. Well, Pitbull, you got 20 seconds, bud. You better make it count. Great resilience by Pitbull. I will say that. Great resilience. Ooh. Wheel kick, or a spinning heel kick, excuse me. Good fight. Not Pitbull's best, but he looked okay. Okay. Yair looked good to me. Cautious, but didn't make hardly any mistakes. What are they saying to each other? Something. There we go. All right. Seems to me a clear decision win for Pitbull. Oh, sorry. What am I saying? For Yair. And of course, the commentary booth is turning this into a narrative on Bellator. I mean, these are not exactly like totally like things, but whatever. Who gives a shit? Yair's diversity of kicks had to play a huge role, obviously. But it was really that, I think it was the right hand that dropped Pitbull. Let's see if we can get a look at it. Boom. Yeah, just a 1-2. Sat him right down. Nice shot. Nice shot. Boom. Boom. The right hand didn't land with full authority because of how it got intercepted, so you didn't get the full extension on it. But still a real nice shot. The ground and pound was heavy. Ground and pound was heavy. Michael, welcome to the party. Pat says, all I want is Dana White versus his wife power slap rematch. All right, we're doing these jokes. I think she's coming back with a vengeance and we'll send him to Planet Zebulon. All right. Fair to say UFC have gotten lucky with the emergence of fighting nerds at a time when wrestlers are boring out of the top of most divisions. Perfect antidote to the current star problem. I would agree with that completely. I mean, even if the wrestlers weren't an issue, they just have a certain creativity and swag and identity that I feel like, a lot of teams don't have. Like most teams have an identity, sometimes around style. Alpha male has been like these short wrestle boxers, but like in general, ATT standard has just been excellence or whatever, AKA has just been excellence. And I know I'm talking pre-Habib even. But it wasn't like, they had like a certain kind of like shared identity. It tends to be, especially like a marketing identity, tends to be quite unusual. Pitbull, unfortunately, getting pieced up at range. Yeah, he can't fight that fight at range against a guy like Yair. Now, Yair did his part. So Noche UFC, we'll see what happens in that main event. Because I don't think, is there really much of a appetite for Yair versus Volk 2? I don't think there is, right? That fight was as one-sided as it got. KT, welcome to the party. Avant, Yair's combination of speed and danger is so unique. Yeah, and it's not reckless either. It's just a complete whirling dervish of, different ranges, different speeds, and it all just feels so chaotic, but it's all so controlled. Yair was asked, were you surprised he stood at distance? What else would he be doing? Like, what was, like, that's just what Pitbull does. Like, yeah, nice shot from Yair. Great combo. And what did I say earlier? The single shots weren't getting the job done. You put the two together, it's a completely different ballgame, right? Combinations, folks. Combinations. All right, so he's calling his shot. He wants the winner of the main event in Guadalajara. Yeah, he does look shredded. God damn. Ray says, am I alone in feeling a vibe shift? The UFC actually trying promoting again. The interview with Aaron Pico yesterday on stage after 316 felt unique. Definitely that was good. For sure. More effort is better. I'm not going to poo-poo that, but that's not enough. But I agree. That was definitely better. Definitely better. Rob, spending my money here instead of UFC. Thanks for doing these. Well, thanks for hanging out, bud. I appreciate it. They're promoting Threads. Guys, no one's going to be on Threads. Okay. No one's going to be on Threads. And there's a booger picker right there. We see you, booger picker. All right. Opening bout on the card was good. Second bout on the card was good. This one was, a little slower, but not a bad fight. Not a bad fight at all. Cavender twins. These are like the college students, right? Mark Ingram, who is a part owner of DC United. Dion Dawkins. Okay, he's a little strange. There's old RFK. And the director of the FBI, did you guys see he got fired from the ATF? He was supposed to be acting director of the ATF and then just never showed up to meetings, so they replaced him with like an army officer. Amazing. Yeah, look, the entire fucking cabinet is here. Marco Rubio acting like he's fucking cool. All right. Co-main event. How we feeling, boys and girls? Chandler, Pitbull. Sorry, what am I saying? Chandler and Paddy. Sorry. Chandler, Paddy. Could be fun. Look at Chandler's brown and yellow. I've never seen this fight kit or whatever the fuck this is. All right, so maybe it's just warm-up gear. There's Paddy with the orange shorts and the cornrows. Big opportunity here for Paddy. Big opportunity here. And so far, feels to me like a little bit of the tenor of the card results has been, and this is obviously nothing new, but youth. A lot of these fights have been youth versus veteran. Youth is doing well tonight. Youth is doing well. So we'll see. All right, while we wait for this fight to get started, let's see what you got here on the Super Chats. Hugh says, every time I watch your chats, I get just for men ads. I think Hindi, they want you to clean up the silver. Okay, I don't know what the fuck that means, but thanks. Jason, welcome to the party. Duder, Rogan putting as much effort into commentary as he did his last special. I don't know. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? I don't know what that means. Fofo says, as one of the 7 regular viewers of PFL and Bellator, I can confirm that Pitbull has been fighting really hesitant since his last loss to AJ McKee. Yeah. What can I say, folks? What can I say? Like, he's a good fighter. Still was kind of viable. Didn't know we were going to get. That's about... He looked better in certain ways than I thought, but in general, it's about what I thought was going to happen, sort of, more or less. Alan W., refreshing to see a good card on paper and actually delivering. Yeah, agree. Oh, fucking agreed. Good Lord. Dude, when the UFC tries, the results are great. Carl says, co-main and main are strange. Betting on guys I think at their best are vastly inferior, but Paddy by sub and Diego by KO just seems most likely to me. I mean, as we went over on the Fight Day broadcast on Substack, you just watch the tape on Volk and you watch the tape on Diego, and like Volk is clearly like a superior fighter, but I don't know how much that's supposed to matter if you've been compromised by punishment. I don't know what the answer is to that. I don't know what to say. SA says, do you think there's a direct correlation with fighters showing up looking their best, like Yair, Armin, Chandler, with the removal of USADA? Will we see a IFC that more resembles past years? I think you mean UFC. There very well could be a connection, but you're absolutely asking the wrong guy to care. I don't care. And I know I'm supposed to care. I know we're supposed to buy into the fiction that like this stuff really matters, but it doesn't really matter to me. So could be. I absolutely do not care. Adeguche 92 says, why do you think the UFC doesn't do more events in DC? They've only had 2. I don't know. They have the venue. They've been here. Maybe they feel like they want to just keep their marquee events for the markets they traditionally serve. They'll be back eventually, I'm sure. Luke, your commentary is the only thing that makes UFC interesting anymore. We appreciate you. I don't think that's true, but I certainly appreciate your kind sentiment. So thank you for being here. Michael says, Pitbull versus Pico. No, I have no interest in that. None. 0. Christian says, please name your top 3 favorite fruit. It's got to be mango, banana, watermelon. What the fuck is Hindi Silver? You guys, I don't know the answer to that. Donk Dockerson, 1-6, getting the attention they crave. All right. He's a shill. Okay. Joseph, thank you, my friend. All right, they're showing a highlight package here of Chandler. I mean, he's definitely fought better competition. If Chandler wins, does he call out Conor McGregor? Because that might be the saddest thing on earth if that were to happen. No bullshit. That's cooked. All right. Man, that front kick on Ferguson was brutal. I have slept on Paddy, and that's not quite true. I was fair to Paddy in the sense that I did not think he was all that great when he got to the UFC. The thing that has been surprising since then is I didn't think he had much room to improve in the sense that, he came to the UFC with a lot of experience. And I was like, well, if you've got that many fights and you're still that bad, then, what can you really do with that? But that's not been the case. He's gotten a lot better. He's cleaned up a lot to the point where I absolutely would not be surprised if he won this. Not even a little bit. I mean, his chin's up in the air, so someone's going to send that into orbit eventually, but he got to this spot by, to me, really showing some significant improvement. Improvement I didn't think he had in him. All right, they're showing the Paddy flag. Where is he? Doesn't look like a sellout tonight, does it? There's some pockets of seats in this thing, huh? Bro, the Euros, they love electronic dance music. They love that shit, bro. Now, I believe this is for 5-minute rounds, right? Are people getting concessions, or is the attendance a little light? All right, there he is. Finally making his way. If I was from Liverpool, I might big up the Beatles, but maybe that's because I'm an old piece of shit, Whatever gets you hyped. The other thing that's been interesting about Paddy is the dude looked like he has filled the fuck out at 55, bro. Let's see how he looks. Yoked, son. Look at his back. Look at his traps. Look at the traps of Paddy. He looks jacked. That's the other part, too, I didn't see coming. I thought he was, going to be a fine 55er, but maybe a little bit on the scrawny side. Dude, look at this dude's back. Jacked. So these two factors, how he's filled out in the weight class and then real technical improvement, and he was already pretty good at the back, have been impressive to me. There he is in the prep point. What music does Michael Chandler walk into? I don't even remember. When am I writing a book? All the donks here will buy. It's passive income. I need a topic to write about. Chase says, this sport, when it's good, is like a drug. Then we can't get another hit until the UFC thinks we deserve it. Tonight we're getting the good stuff. Yeah, we're feasting tonight. Forecast of Bryce's post-fight career. I don't care. Izzy, how many backflips and woos if Chandler... I'll say 3 apiece. 3 apiece. Hugh says, anyone else have autocorrect issues on YouTube? I didn't mean to write Hindi Silver. I don't know what that was, brother. Frudley says, it's sad seeing Tony getting messed up proper on most everyone's highlight reel. Can you believe it? if you were around like circa 2015 or whatever, 2017 even, you'd be like, how the fuck is this possible? Alan W., you think Joe is just doing commentary to maintain his brand and podcast? He's worth hundreds of millions, and he has gotten a lot worse over the years. So I mean, this is like, this is not letting the cat out of the bag. I kind of posted about this. I sat down with Jordan Klepper of The Daily Show to talk about the state of the UFC. As you can imagine, there is a political dimension to it. And I'll just tell you what I told him, which was, dude, Joe took that job as like a sideline reporter when there was no conceivable upside to doing it for UFC under SEG ownership before Zuffa even got there, but certainly long before TKO. Like, I think he took it because, or I think he's kept the job because UFC wants him there, but more to the point, dude, Joe's a fight fan. Like, you can say whatever else you want about him. He's a fucking fight fan to the nth degree. Like, he believed in UFC and believed in MMA, as I mentioned before, he ever had any financial incentive to do it, just because he loved it. And so it's the same reason I think keeping him there now. It's because he loves it. Freebird, can't buy pay-per-view anymore. You are my source now. Not supporting the people that got this lunatic elected. He ruined the business with his tariffs. A lot of sentiment about that in the chat today. I'm trying to remain, trying to focus on the fights, but I hear you. I report you to YouTube if you disrespect Tiesto. I don't know, is that the music he came out to? Yeah, I'm going to disrespect it, just to be clear. Volk likes the tape bros. Sad but unsurprising. I saw that he dapped him up. Was he just being friendly, or did he like come out and like, I love those guys? What's the story there? SA says, what do you think about the proposed Silva versus Yair fight? I don't hate it. But I think if Diego Lopes wins, you've just got a built-in fucking fight to make, Joseph says, thanks for all the work you do, Luke. You and MK only thing keeping me interested in MMA. I forgot to attach my message before. Well, thank you for being here, friend. I appreciate you. Izzy says, if it goes 5, Volk wins. Under 3, Lopes by finish. Agree? Probably. Yes. Probably. But, Volk could finish him off too. But I tend to think that if it's under 3, it's probably because of Lopes. Yeah. All right, there's Chandler. He also, look at his back. That dude's almost 40. Christ on crutches, bro. He looks ridiculous. And there's a Henry Hooft, Robbie Lawler. Got a bunch of these hammers out there. Damn, Chandler is fucking jacked. They got the better Vaseline applicator on him. I always prefer that to just taking a swab of it and smearing it. With the applicator, it's a little bit more precise. And you get less of the excess shit hanging off, Got the mouthpiece, bang the cup. There he is. Shaves his armpits. Dude, you can see, whenever you can see the bottom of their lats on their back, they're doing something right. Kerry Hatley is your ref, which means the stoppage could get wonky, folks. Pay attention to that. Not my favorite referee. Not my favorite. None of them have been all that great tonight, to be perfectly honest with you. Sorry, Luke. You might be Hindi Silver now. Apparently I am. Daniel, you're the only reason I'm still into MMA. Boy, there's a lot of that tonight. Jesus. I'm not sure what to say about that. Thank you. You really should listen to the Murray episode on JRE. Despite him being a rabid sociopathic Zionist, he dunks hard on Joe Rogan in the first episode. Okay, can we focus on the fucking fights tonight, for crying out loud? Luke, you judge the IBFF? I might need to. International Bodybuilding Federation? Manuel says, could be a huge night for Paddy, but he's got a long way to go in the history of the white cornrows. You're right, Faber Shadow looms large. Agree. Can we say fuck politics for a few hours? You don't need to be a mouthpiece for either side. Let's enjoy some. Hey, guys, I'm just reading these out. I make a deal, but I'm with you a little bit. I don't like it any more than anybody else who doesn't like it. But I'm trying to focus on the fights. Favorite active fighter right now? Ooh, good question. Taporia. All right, here we go. There's Paddy. 5'10", minus 160 favorite. Closes a favorite in all 7 fights. Damn. Now, granted, a bunch of those were against some donks, but we're past the donk stage. All right, there's Chandler stretching out his back. 5'8", plus 135. He's 1-3 as a UFC dog. So, yeah. There's Chandler. Kerry Hatley. All right, let's get the clock ready. There's Andreas Hale on the bottom of the screen. All right, here we go. Leg kick to open from Paddy. Another one there from Paddy. Back leg. Now front. Push kick now from Paddy. So far showing no concern about using kicks that might get caught, but he's kind of kept them all low. There's another one. He's hammering these legs. You can already see the redness on the outside of the calf from Chandler. Here he comes. Overhand right. Another leg kick. Good job, Paddy, getting off the fence. Ooh, uppercut. Dude, these two are going to kill each other. Chandler's bending over. He's going to run into that uppercut. There he goes. Takedown. He's got the back of Paddy, who's grabbing the goddamn fence. But he let go. Okay, Chandler reaching through. Now he's got double wrist control. He's going to flatten him out here. He should be able to flatten him out here. Just like that. He's going to tuck it underneath. He should put pressure on like that. That's good. Dragging him backwards like that. That's good. He's probably not going to take his back, obviously, with hooks, though, because that's just not what he wants to do. But this is good. He's got his both hands captured like this. You can do a lot with that. All right, Paddy's got his hips in the air. Paddy might try to start building some height, but it's going to be hard when he's got his hand trapped like that. It's going to be hard to circle in, too. It's a powerful grip when someone gets 2-on-1 like that. Now he's going to stand. This is better. He might peel it here. Let's see if Chandler lets go and then tries to hit him on the exit. Watch the clinch break when they break. Watch the clinch. He's got the hands broken. When they break apart, let's see who goes for something. She's going to try for a Kimura here. That's a low percentage thing. That's going to be hard to get. But he might be able to use it to turn and stand. Or he could get lifted here depending on how Chandler does it. Just like that. Let's see. Oh, good job by Paddy. He blocks it with his leg. But Chandler's going to drag him back down. That's one of the bad parts about going for that. They can... Oh, Chandler here has tight waist. He's banging on Paddy a little bit. Okay, now they're standing. Underhook here from Chandler. Chandler doing a good job of just kind of holding him here in position. No one really landing anything too significant. Paddy trying to get an underhook on the far side. He does. Not a deep one, but he's got one. He's trying to sit for a triangle. He might get it here. Big old triangle. Did he get... No, he lost it. He's trying to go for a high frame. And he separates. Well done. Right hand from Paddy. Uppercut. His hands have gotten better too. Those kicks are nasty. He really harasses you. See what I mean when I talk about like shredding the legs? Ooh, right hand from Chandler. Is how does it change what the other person does? What does it do to them? Chandler backs away. Chandler with his hands down. All right, brings him back up a little bit. Paddy throwing those long-range right hands. Wild left hook from Pimblett just misses. Oh, Chandler throws his own left hook. It connects, but not flush. Jab for Chandler. Oh, jumping switch kick for Paddy lands a little bit. Chandler looking at the clock. Interesting first round. All right, Chandler standing between rounds. Oh, no. Now they got the stool. Now he sits. Yeah, he's telling him not to stand at the range he's been standing at, Coach Henry Hooft. Paddy standing between rounds. That calf kick has been the best thing going. Boom. That thing is nice. All right. Seconds out, I think. Here we go. Boom. Here we go. Round two. Chandler's leg might be a little bit messed up. Chandler putting a little bit of pressure on him. Ooh, wild swings from both. Neither land. Nice jab from Paddy. Paddy chasing down a right hand, gets through a little bit. Man, Chandler just throwing these big strikes from the outside. Dude, if I'm Chandler, I want to fade him with feints close to the fence line. He becomes much more hittable after that. This shit in space, you're just going to get chewed up. Paddy looking pretty good. That calf kick jab combo is doing good work. Ooh. Shot to the body from Chandler. Kind of a blitzing combo from Pimblett. It lands, but when you're running like that, it's just hard to have any real power behind it. Oh, accidental kick to the balls, but they're not going to call it accidental. Chandler, let me pause this. I mean, that thing was right on the money. Let's see. Oh, that's not going to help the Chandler's a cheater allegations, is it? That's not going to help. Let's see. Here's the front angle. Oh my God. Like, I mean, no question about it. No question about it. All right, here we go. I'm going to wait till my clock's a little bit ahead. I'm going to wait till it catches up. There we go. Dude, Chandler's just not fainting. He's just kind of walking into him. Look, no fainting. They're better. Look, what did I tell you about him getting him backed up against the fence and how much different it is back there? It's totally different over there. It's a completely different striking game. Chandler's trying to mat return him, and he does. That's a nice mat return, too, if I do say so myself. But why are you putting all that energy in if you're not going to take the back? You got to use it to take a dominant position. Paddy breaks the grip. He's going to stand here. Nice elbows from Paddy. And again, kind of tears him down. There's the back. There we go. That's better. And he's high here. He's going to completely fall off. Oh, Jesus. That's why I didn't take the back. All right. Paddy just letting his opponents make air. Head and arm triangle possibility here. Now he's up against the fence. That's going to save Chandler a little bit. Yeah, that's saving him a little bit. That's saving him. But he's going to be able to maintain position here. Okay, so Paddy's in side control. Knee on belly. And of course, the knee on belly, you might be asking, why is he doing that? A lot of reasons. Drain him, elicit a response. There's a lot of things you can do with it. There it is. All right, so he gets his arm free. Okay, Paddy goes reverse half guard. Actually, reverse Kesagatami. Reverse half guard. Moves to mount. Tries to take the back. Paddy's good at the back, brother. That was nice. Now, not Chandler's first time dealing with somebody on the back, but oh, man. Dude, Paddy's whooping his ass. He's in mount now. High mount. All right, he rolls to the back. He might get choked here. Let's see. No. No. Not yet. Chandler breaks the grip. Paddy locks up the body triangle. Yeah, strong Paddy round. Dude, Chandler, I don't understand. You're not feinting the guy backwards on the feet. He's trying to turn into him, which is hard to do when they have the body triangle like this. And they've got, look, you can see Paddy's got the back leg scooped as well with his instep. But like if you're Chandler and your whole thing is to like wing an overhand, feint the guy backwards to the fence line and then do it. Oof. Great round for Paddy. Great round. Boy, a lot of that going tonight. Jesus. Was Christ really ever on crutches? It's an expression. Turned me on to Submission Radio. Love the collabs and extra content. Also noticed autocorrect sucks. It does. Dustin, welcome, my friend. Thanks, Luke. You're the only reason I stopped watching cricket. There we go. It's a little more upbeat. Paddy looks way bigger. He does look way bigger. Seashank says, do you think the cheating, dirty allegations against Chandler are fair or overblown? I think they're somewhat fair. Jen, we can't think of another fighter who's been accused as constantly. Yeah, that's true. Well, no, there were old school ones that were bad cheaters, but more recently. Jose says, thanks, Luke. Great MMA content for a fiend like myself. Let's do it. All right, here we go. Round 3 coming up. Round 3 of 5, by the way. Here we go. I guess there's a little bit too much water. All right, here we go. Round 3. Chandler, feint him, pressure him backwards, then go high. Better. Look at this. Look at this. Okay, but then you can't come in with your head down like that. And now Chandler's bleeding. Oh. Yeah, Paddy cut him up. Oh, big right hand from Chandler. Dude, Chandler's going to get knocked out walking in like this. Uppercut, left hook from Paddy. He tries to go for a single. He turns it over, tries to get the back. Let's see how this goes. He mat returns Chandler. He's going to claim the back, collects it nice and easy. Oh, this might be it. No. Let's see. We don't look too far from a sub here, folks. We don't look too far from a sub here. This is starting to get bad. So I wanted him to feint him backwards, but you can't just stay hunched over the whole time. They'll, they can see it coming. Bang! Look at that shot. You gotta feint and come out, and then throw something, get the hands up, and then bah. All right, too late for that now. All right, let's see what happens. That blood is going to make it a little bit harder for that sub to. It depends. Sometimes the blood can be so slick that the arm slides in even easier, and other times the blood can be so much that it's slippery to kind of like hand fight in that position. So let's just see what it does. But man, this is a great ride from Paddy. So he's got that. He was turking that leg for a little bit. Now he let go of the turk, but he's sitting on the hips here. And of course, if you're Chandler and you turn in and it's slow, and of course, when you're sitting on the hips like that, it will slow the descent, or the ascent, I should say. And that means you can sink the other hook and you can just chair sit underneath. So it's a really difficult, it's a surprisingly difficult position from which to work. Now, Paddy has the double wrist control, single wrist control now, and lets it go. Shot to the back of the head there. Yeah, not quite a choke, but man, this is going to turn out to be a 10-8 round. It's going to turn out to be a 10-8 round. Man, if I'm Chandler, I'm trying to scoot the other way or something. Look how him getting big brothered here, bro. He's getting big brothered here. Man, Chandler's in a bad place. This might get stopped. It's about to get stopped. That's it. That's the best performance of Paddy Pimblett's career by a country mile. He has proven to be much better than I thought he would be. He looked fantastic tonight. Good for him. Dude, like I said, I don't give a shit who wins as long as it's the rightful guy. The person who looked better, who didn't get screwed by the judges, who just deserved to win on that night. It's Paddy. Yeah. Great win. He dominated the fuck out of Michael Chandler for the most part. Great win by Paddy. Great win. Is it me, or do Paddy's strikes look hard to you? And well-timed. That knee he got on Chandler was well-timed. Got to protect the McNuggets. I think, by the way, Connor lost like $500,000 on that bet tonight. Boom. Just really well done. Boom. Look at that. Sick. That's what I mean. Yes, that was hard in part because Chandler was moving into it, but the timing and then the mat return. Fantastic. Yeah, Chandler got whooped, son. Typical Chandler gamesmanship. LOL, what the fuck? Fuck, I might have to become a Paddy fan, says Alan. Room temperature fight IQ by Chandler once again. Not the best. I really hope the main event is a 5-round thriller and not a first-round KO. It'd be fun to see more of Diego Lopes. Me too. Well, I don't know if I necessarily need to see it 5 rounds, but I hope it doesn't end in 1. Unless it's like, which it won't be, but unless it was like Semtex versus Nick Diaz, which is a great 1-round fight. Why did Chandler agree to a 5-round co-main? Because it had title implications, I think. Dude, we'll talk about this. We'll talk about this on the post-fight show. You know, that was a great win by Paddy. A great win. You got to give it to him. Paddy 2.0 is for real. I agree. I absolutely agree. F it. Run Paddy versus Ilya. Okay. I don't know about all that now. But you know what? It's a different fight than it used to be. Three minutes and 7 seconds of round 3. He beat the shit out of him, son. Good win by him. All right, let's see what he says to Joe. He did make it look easy. All right, let's see what he says. I cannot understand this motherfucker. He's talking his shit. He's earned it. He's earned it. He wants any one of the top 4 or top 5. He's earned it as far as I'm concerned. There's Justin Gaethje. All right, says he would face any of those Charles, Justin, Dustin. Dude, English insults are the funniest thing. He calls him a helmet and a sausage. That means nothing in American English, but great win by Paddy. I give it up to him. Great win. I give it to you have to do it. You have to do it. Tori says 2-year wait to get stopped by Paddy. Damn, that's rough. Yeah, man. Oh, they're giving him the chant in there in the arena. Well done. Paddy versus Charles or Ilya now. Let's fucking go. Yeah, I agree. Yo, Luke, I hate to be that guy, but I don't know how 5'2" Topuria does against a fully hydrated 220 Pimblett. I think I would pick Topuria. Yeah. But Paddy has proven to be a formidable contender. Hugh says, is Paddy beating Chandler worse than Poirier and Gaethje? Well, again, dude, you know, he's getting them after all of those guys. You're not exactly the same. He took 2 years off. Like, I'm not saying this is not a phenomenal win by Paddy. It's a phenomenal win, but just because some guys get better results at different times of a fighter's career does not mean that they all had, you know, that they all necessarily mean the exact same thing. But that's not the point. The point is we're not trying to compare them. We're just trying to say it was a quality win over a proven contender. That's what it was. Pimblett is good, no question, but Chandler overtakes Ankalaev for biggest donk in MMA. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, because Ankalaev cleaned it up and won a title. You know what I mean? Carl says, I must not have been paying attention enough to Paddy. He is turning into an actually good fighter. Top 10 worthy 15 for sure. Striking was decent too. Yes. There's Big Shaq Diesel. Who do we have here? Cooper DeJean. Go Birds. There's Colby. His flag, American flag, is upside down. Might want to fix that, Colby. Look at this douchebag. The one New Zealander says, where does Chandler even go from here? Hey guys, is Donald Trump at the arena? I don't know. They don't say anything. It's hard to really know, you know. Where does Chandler go from here? Not too far from retirement. Daniel says, how would the Conor fight have gone for Chandler? I guess he would have gotten knocked out, you know. But I mean, you know, what state is Conor in, to be honest with you? You know what I mean? Tommy says 2 years off. What a career killer for Chandler. He fucked it up. Waiting a year for Conor made sense. Waiting 2 was a disaster. We'll talk about this in the post-fight show. Alan says, Paddy's got twins. Fatherhood is a great motivator. Tell me about it. He looks like $1 million. I'm on the Paddy wagon. Yeah, I tell you what, buddy. You prove people wrong enough. You got no choice but to come around on some. Dude, I'll tell you, like I have been proven wrong by Paddy. I have been proven wrong. Anthony says, inject Paddy versus Ilya into my veins. It would be a fun buildup. I'll say that. Izzy says, Paddy versus Armin, Oliveira, or Gaethje. For me, this is just my opinion. I would rather see Paddy versus Armin 1, Paddy Oliveira 2, Paddy Gaethje 3. That's in the order you have it, essentially. SA says, looked amazing, like he dialed in training and had the strength of a weight class up. He did well before. Now he looks like he's one step ahead in St. Pierre. Okay, calm down with the St. Pierre shit. He's not even close to St. Pierre. Still has to round out the stand-up defense, but damn, yes, agreed. That part I agree with, certainly. Joshua says, not a great win versus an average Chandler, just a good win. A great win would be against Charles. Okay, if that is the demarcation line, we're just playing with semantics. I agree that this would not be tantamount to a win under the relative to those, or it wouldn't be the same as a win against those guys, but it's a great win in the sense of like what I thought he was capable of versus the performances he's turning in. Smooth. Jesse says, is Paddy's radical physique change and the fact he is physically ragdolled Chandler making anyone suspicious of PEDs? Also, no signs of gassing. He gassed against Ferguson, did he not? And he looked the same there. Again, like, this is a battle for someone else to fight, you know. Max says, I was expecting a Paddy win here, but the crisp nature of the win took me off guard. Thought he'd be more sloppy, but he's improved a lot. Him versus Gaethje is fire. I don't know. I don't have that much. I don't want to see. Okay, I would take a Paddy versus Gaethje fight, but that's not my preferred fight for him. Tamo says he'd be the 38-year-old who won't throw in combination with zero footwork. Volkanovski would kill him. That'd be a fun fight too, but I don't think that's where we're at. Wildmont says, Paddy way better than I ever thought. MMA is just a MAGA fest now, huh? This kind of sucks. Yeah, well, that's where we're at. Seashank says, don't like Paddy, but glad he saved us from a guaranteed all-time suck-off of DJT and Chandler won. Okay. Two Shanks, well, shit, I bet heavy on Chandler. No spearmint rhino tonight. Sorry, brother. No titties for you. Raphael says, Bellator fraud checked. Only notable win is Tony. Again, they got both of those guys post-prime, and you got Pitbull way post-prime. It'd be different if you got him at 30. That would be a much different kind of thing. We differ in politics, but I like you. Thank you, Tommy. I appreciate you, my friend. All right. Where does Chandler go from here? Brother, where is there to go? He's almost, his birthday is the 24th of this month. He's going to be 39 in like whatever it is. 10 days, 11 days, whatever. I mean, where do you think it goes? There's not much runway left. It's time to land the plane. You know what I mean? Michael says, to be fair, Chandler almost got the Conor fight at 303. Not his fault. Conor pulled out 2 weeks before. Yeah, but even then, man, like, dude, I remember when he went over from Bellator to UFC, and I remember he's like, I got to make the most of it. Like, the timing is, you got a little bit of a pocket left to make it work. Like, you got to stay on it, you know. And this is where we are now. Daniel says, having a sinking feeling Lopes sleeps Volk early. It's been the night of youth. It's been the night of youth. I can't believe Musk has his kid at the fight at midnight. If my kid is up after 9 p.m., something horrible has gone wrong. I can't believe what a dirtbag he is. Yes, Musk does suck. I don't understand how they can have their kids there that late, but I've definitely seen kids like that. I've seen younger kids even than that at these events. Dude, my kid was up at like 9:30 before we got live here, and it was, wailing and gnashing of teeth. I don't get it either. Is Paddy a more British-sounding name than Liam? Oh, yeah, dude. How many Paddies, or Irish even, how many Paddies do you know in the United States? You ever met a Paddy? I've never met an American Paddy ever. Izzy says, no one I'd love to punch in the face more than The thing about that's interesting about this is I feel like a lot of right-wing people would be more on board with this than like some of the other folks that were in attendance, but Cruz sucks, Casey, let them juice, let them bang, bro. Hey, brother, I'm not here to fight it. 3 out of 4 parlay hit. Wish me luck. Let's go, Lopez. Ooh. What did you bet, though? Like, what do you win? What do you win on the parlay? Tommy says, are we nervous for Alex now? It feels like the whole night the old guard has been taken out. Yep, I just said it. Taken out behind the shed. I still think Volk has it. One more time, I'm going to say it as clearly as I possibly can. There's no way to say that Lopez is, again, on the ground, pure jiu-jitsu, he's probably better. But on the terms in which they'll probably fight on the ground, I think Volk is certainly good enough, and there could be ways in which he could be certain contexts where he could be better. But overall, and especially on the feet, he is much more skilled. Much more skilled. The question is, what happens if you take punishment like that? I don't know. We're going to fucking find out. Ahmad says, with a very generous donation, Charles stops Paddy. Charles has certainly got to much greater heights than Paddy, but dude, Paddy is not to be slept on anymore. SA says, do you think fighters will still be able to enter the ring to WWE-owned songs like Stone Cold and D-Generation X now that TKO is a partner? I would imagine that would facilitate it, if anything. Also, does Dana give Jayon backdoor money for dispatching Bryce? I don't know. Doubt it. Well, he'll probably get a bonus. Well, he might get a bonus. I guess we'll see what the bonuses end up being. Higher ceiling. Silva at 45, Paddy at 55. Silva at 45. Sounds like I'm shitting on Paddy again. I'm not. It's just that Silva, Paddy might end up here. Okay, I'll say this. We live in a world where it is possible that Paddy could end up actually going further. I don't know that, but I couldn't rule that out. But Silva, this far in, looks like he is naturally surging, whereas Paddy has been a little bit more of a real but methodical climb. And now he's kind of turning the corner. It's a little bit different, right? Daniel says, Paddy's success demonstrates that gradually building a fighter's career rather than rushing them into difficult matchups too soon proves best. No question about it. No question about it. No question about it. Tommy says, Scousers don't get knocked out. Darren Till, hello. Well, some, anyway. Alan, Paddy, I agree. You're wrong on Liam. I know 4. No, but he was asking what's more American? And I'm like, I've seen a Liam in the United States. I've never seen a Paddy. I lost every bet aside from Yair, for fuck's sake. Paddy leveled up beyond what I thought possible, says Ralph. Me too, brother. Chris says, book title topic for you to write, The Performance Lie, PEDs, Ethics, and the Illusion of Clean Fighting. That sounds like something you plugged into ChatGPT, although I have to admit it sounds intriguing. It sounds intriguing. All right, here's Diego Lopez. Main event time, boys and girls. Hey, by the way, for those folks just joining us, those fucks too, thumbs up if you're watching. Hit subscribe if you haven't. And if you want more of what I do, both on MMA and beyond, scan this joker right here, the Substack. Do that for me if you'd be so kind. Lots of fun times we're going to have there. Yes? Yes. All right, very good. Was Craig Jones part of Volk's camp for this fight? I know he's in the corner, and I know he was there for a part of the camp. I don't think he was there for a ton of it. Reyes should have called out Jones. That would have been funny. That would have been funny. Paddy can't endure 5 rounds with Charles. I would favor Charles. We'll talk about all of this in the post-fight show. So, of course, stick around. We're going to do this. We're going to watch this main event, and then the post-fight show is going to start. So thumbs up if you haven't already. Subscribe if you haven't already. Join the party. Become a member. You can join me on Substack. Lots of different ways to interact with the world we're building here, okay? There is Diego Lopez with the world's worst fucking haircut. But he's got some cap delts, does he not? What does Izzy's shirt say? It says famous people and then famous people suck. Okay, that's kind of funny. His shirt says famous people suck. That's funny. That's funny. All right, Diego Lopes is inside the octagon. Now we're just waiting on the champ. By the way, comes out to that iconic, land down under, minute work. Dude, how does Diego Lopes? I mean, listen, folks, I don't think I'm some prize pig. I really don't. But how does Diego Lopes look in the mirror at that fucking haircut and goes, nailed it? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, how does my man need like contacts or some shit? All right. The lights came down. Volk getting a hero's welcome in Miami, Florida. Make no mistake about it. Damn. It's good to have Volk back, isn't it? It's good to have him back. I'm nervous as shit for him too, folks. But like I said, it's the same rule. And people can say what they want. I apply this rule consistently. If Volk is the one who deserves to win, then let it be him. But if Diego is the one and it's just his time, then let it be him. You know what I mean? Let it be him. UFC trying to promote Threads. Ain't nobody going to be on fucking Threads. It ain't going to happen. Also, it's funny that they're promoting Threads while Elon is there. There he is. He's vibing to the music. Here he comes, folks. One of the best to ever do it at 145, if not the best. He's got a bit of a calmer expression. He's vibing, but he's got a calmer expression. Dude, you guys see this guy who does UFC security and you see him at all these events? This dude right here with the beard. Bro, he never talks. He never talks. There's Volk dapping up some people in the audience. I guess that's his wife. Yep. And I guess he has family there. Oh, man. I don't know, y'all. I don't know. I don't know how this one's going to go. Oh, I didn't know. Yeah, there's Craig Jackson, Craig Jones. There's Joe Lopez. There's Eugene Behrman from City Kickboxing. There's some women dancing in the audience. That's very Miami. All right. Volk looks to me pretty good physically. Looks really good. Very, very, very little fat on him. No loose change like you saw against Islam in that rematch. How far do I think Eric Pico can go in the UFC? Well, that's different because he's young. I think he's 30, 31. So I still have some reasonably high hopes, but he's got to prove it. I'm not one of these guys like he's going to go right to the title. Like, let's see him prove it first. But obviously, I have some high hopes. Seeing how Lopez rocked Ortega with basically his first punch is terrifying. He hits so hard, one mistake and it's over. To me, it's not that. Also, Ortega, we watched that fight on Fight Day. You might be asking, Luke, where can we watch the Fight Day broadcasts? Here. We watched that fight on Fight Day, dude. Like Ortega just comes straight in with no feint. That's just not what Volk does. The issue is if Volk stands his ground and exchanges. That's where the problem emerges. That's one. Or two, if Volk evades, Diego chases down punishment, but like in a very clever way. Like he finds it in combination as guys escape. And so guys think that they can let their hands down at pull out range. There you go, pull out, but they're that far away, they've disengaged, and they think that they can let their hands down, and that's when he follows up with extra offense. Clinch breaks too. So that's what you have to watch for. Jason says, lately I've been listening to newer, younger metal bands like Knocked Loose and Spirit Box. What bands are you into these days? Harm's Way I've been into more recently. Harm's Way. All-time best heavy show you've seen. Cannibal Corpse at the TLA in Philly. Holy fucking shit. Paddy is the nickname for Patrick. Yes, I know. But no one calls Patrick Paddy here. That's the point. I know that Paddy is not the name, right? That's commonly understood. But people call him Paddy. I've never seen a Patrick called Paddy here. I've seen a Patrick called Pat or Patrick, but I've never seen one called Paddy as an American. Emo up front, party in the back. I don't get it, fellas. Patient says, Paddy didn't call out Ilya. Maybe he knows something about Ilya's next fight. Or even Ilya just talking on speaking of Patrick Bet-David podcast, he was talking about how it's going to be Islam or probably. LT Substack is great. Get in there, donks. Thank you for this commentary. Always enjoyable listen. Thank you guys for being here. Ant says, fuck Volk. It's exhausting pretending he's funny. All right. Ant's on one here today, guys. Ant, chill. You're in the same egg club. C-Shank, excuse me. Volk retaining will be the most feel-good moment in UFC since Max at 300. It might be, especially if he stops him. Daniel says, I still can't believe Sinead O'Connor saying Connor out back in 2015, and right after that douche from Stain saying out Chad Mendes. Yeah, I mean, one of these things is not like the other. Did Volk make the biggest fan favorite turn in UFC history? People hated him when he was fighting Max. Now he's loved by all. Dude, if you keep winning, they all come around. It's the same thing with Paddy. If you keep winning, they all come around. You beat one person's hero and they hate it, but you keep beating heroes and all of a sudden you just become the hero. That's the same thing with Ilya. They hated Ilya before the Volk fight, and then they still kind of hate him after before the Max fight. But then he knocked out Max, and you begin to see some of that turn. Paddy Swayze. That's sick. That's a cool nickname. Couldn't Paddy move up 170? That might be a bridge too far, but he's big. All right, here we go. They're introducing Diego, he's got a big ass melon. The thing about Diego is he's just got offense everywhere. And some of it is unrefined and he can be countered, but he has offense everywhere. So that's what you have to really watch out for. Here's Volk. Man, I'm nervous. From Windang. Well, there'd be some fucked up names in Australia. All right. Volk looks like, I don't know, if you watch his walkout from the first Islam fight, he had a real verve to him. He's a little more subdued this time as he screams, but in general. All right, here we go. Face off. Diego not even making eye contact with him. Now he does. Okay, here we go, boys and girls. For the UFC featherweight title. Here we go. 5-minute rounds if we need them. There we go. Mark Goddard is your referee. Remember what Ivan Flores, Max's coach, told me about Volk, how he goes first and third. So he'll feint or throw, get a response, pull, and then immediately follow up, and he's very good about that. Also remember, and this is the kind of thing makes you a little bit worried, Volk won the first round on all three judges' scorecards against Topuria. Head kick, but obviously Diego's got high hands. He blocked it. Diego doing his own kind of feinting. Nobody's landed anything super significant yet. Volk appears to be turning him rather than cage cutting. Volk going counterclockwise. Ooh. So he did this, Volk did in the Rodriguez fight. He would circle in certain points and then he would cage cut in others. So he's changing things up. Pay attention to that. Pay attention to when he's following versus when he's cutting. And he does it to like either pull guys in or change rhythms. Ooh, Volk almost ate an uppercut there. How can Lopez see underneath those bangs? Those exchanges, I think, are where the problems will emerge for Volk if he keeps doing it. That's where he can get caught. Good shots from both guys as Volk slams into the clinch. Hard to tell for me who got the better of that. You could see Volk trying to wade in here with that left hook. Oh, good right over the top from Volk. Nice shot. Diego trying to catch him with that rear uppercut. Didn't get it. Diego not cutting him off. Diego letting him turn him. You see that? Volk is turning him. So he's obviously trying to stay most out of the way of that right hand. Good left hook from Volk. He rocked Diego, at least off of his feet a little bit. He's staying out of the way of that right hand, turning him. See him? Turning him. These are still dangerous, but Volk looks awesome. Great jab, too, from Volk. Lopez needs to put pressure on him in cage cut. Decent jab from Lopez. Kind of gets through. Clinch. Surging clinch. Okay. So over under. Casoto hook attempt here from Volk. I told you he might go to the ground. He might go for. He's got. Okay. Oh, nice shot. Dude, Volk is fucking him up. Good knee from Volk. Okay. Double underhooks now from Diego. Good takedown defense, from Diego as he stuffs it. Here's that Casoto hook from Volk. He might get it again. He doesn't. Less than 30 seconds to go. Good left hands here from Volk. Man, he looks sharp. Oh, with that beautiful Casoto. Dude, he is beating Diego Lopez's ass, bro. Wow. Wow. Diego Lopez is framing for an armbar. He's not going to get it. He might roll completely underneath. Let's see. And that's going to be the round. Dude, Volk beat the shit out of him. That wasn't even close. Diego Lopez getting a wake-up call. Volk fucked him up proper. Golly. That was one-way traffic. Dude, he's getting turned. He looks way too nervous. He's getting turned. You got to make him react. Remember, if Volk wins this, big time history on his side. This is what I mean. Like, if you watch the tape on these two, I said this before, like, Volk is just a much better fighter, like, just vastly. Look at some of these shots. Bang, right hand. Ooh, almost ate that uppercut, but just stays with it and rolls away. Good shot. Boom, nice right hand. Boom, that left hook also stumbles him. Good shot. All right. All right, here we go. Round two, here we go. Round two. Okay. Let's see. So Volk, let's see if Volk keeps turning him or if Diego will cage cut a little bit here. Okay, so remember, last time Volk was going counterclockwise. Pay attention to which direction he rotates here. Diego's letting him get to, dude, Diego's letting himself get turned. Yeah, Dean Thomas saying he can't go technique for technique with Volk. No, he certainly cannot. He certainly cannot. He needs to get in there and mix it up. Okay, better defense from. See, look, you see that right hand? That almost looks like he's punching like this from Lopes. He's just got bad mechanics on that right hand. Like I said, dude, this ain't Brian Ortega just running into shit. Leg kick for Volk. Bit of a right hand for Lopes. Lopes almost has like the boxing style of Sean Shirk, where like the feet are so planted and the hips are so planted, you know, like you get these weird mechanics with the hands because of it. Dude, Lopes is going to get eaten alive fighting like this. Okay, good down block from Lopes. That was better. Halfway through the second. Dude, look at Lopes getting turned. Look at him getting turned here. When you're turned like that, it reduces your ability to kick. When you're getting turned like this, you tend to be following with the backhand. When you're getting turned like this, you're getting turned off this. If they change up the timing while they move, and then when you follow off the turn, they can catch you in between. Like you cannot just follow like that. Oh, I can't tell if he got tripped or hit with something. Double by Volk, big deep shot there. He gets pulled off the hips from Lopes. Lopes broke the hands. That's nice. He got that Casoto hook again. Volk let it go. Good job by Lopes grabbing the wrist with an underhanded grip and using that to push out. That's nice. Harder to do from the overhand grip, so you saw him switch to the underhand. That's good. Nice jab from Volk. Another nice jab from Volk. Lopes a little short on that right hand. He doesn't turn his shoulder. He doesn't whip the lead shoulder back, man. So he just doesn't get much extension on it. Volk touching him here. Great jab again. Oh, exchanging. Good jab from Volk. All right, you got him behind the black line, Lopes. This is your chance. And he's just letting himself get turned. Look at that. Following. Can't win this way, bub. Or it's unlikely anyway. Oh, my God. Now Volk is switching stances and making a miss. Dude, Volk does not fear. Oh! Big right hand from Lopes drops Volk. Big right hand. Big right hand. This fight is what we thought it was. One guy is just way better than the other guy, but he gets hit sometimes and his chin is not super awesome. I want to see the replay on that. Show me the motherfucking replay. Show me that replay. Cuts are not great underneath that right eye. They're not terrible, but they're not awesome. Cutman doing a good job underneath the. Show us the replay of him getting dropped. Here we go. Let's see. Right hand over the top. They kind of wild exchange. No, that's where he knocked him back. That doesn't count. That was earlier. Let's see. Left hand. Boom. Right over the top. Yeah, got him. Right hand. He didn't know what hit him either. Boom. Boom. Yeah, you do that against Taporia. Lights out. All right, here we go. Cutman did a good job with that. RFK looks like he'd rather be anywhere else than here. All right, round 3. Oops. Let me get it going. All right. Mine's a little bit behind, but not much. Just a couple seconds. Brother. So most people have Volk up 2 rounds. I didn't think that one shot was enough by Lopes to take round 2, but I guess we'll see now. Uppercut or left hook misses, or uppercut kind of overhand. When you're heavy on the front foot like that, it's a little hard to be more defensively responsible unless you're really good at slipping. And he's okay at slipping, Lopes. There's that right hand, but he's too far away. Volk a little more cautious this time. Back on the leg kick jab grind. If you're Lopes, man, you got to put some more volume out there. We also talked about this on the Fight Day broadcast about to what extent, trying to counterfight against Volk is a tough proposition. You have to kind of be on the offense. I mean, yes, you can land, obviously, but you just have to do a lot of waiting around if you do. Uppercut from Lopes seemed to at least land a little bit. Man, you just see how much Lopes leans over that front leg. It makes it hard to be defensively responsible that way. Oh, he's just trying to find one. Couldn't quite get it. Oh. Lopes tries to blitz. He kind of eats one for it. Good jab. But yeah, dude, Lopes has got to throw. He's got to throw. He's just waiting around way too long. Two minutes left in the round, roughly. Now Volk is pressuring. Look at that. We talked about how he was circling. Now he's pressuring. See the difference? See that? Oh, and they're trading. Nobody got much there. Okay, good underhooking from Lopes, and he takes center. You got to pressure him, brother. Good right hand from Volk as Lopes tries to close the distance. Volk back to circling. Decent body kick from Lopes. Not a game changer by any stretch, but, you know, it counts. Volk back to counterclockwise circling. Whoa. Big kick misses for Lopes. Another now a right hand. Oh, and he eats a right hand and a jab. Good down block, but he's got a dude. Lopes has these little windows of opportunity, and he just lets half of them go by. It's maddening to watch. All right, round over. So a better round for Lopes in the sense that, well, he didn't drop him. Let's see. Oh, that uppercut got him. It wasn't enough on it, but the uppercut got him. So, I mean, we just know what the score is now. We know what the score is. One guy is just clearly better than the other guy, but the other guy has to find a way to make it dangerous. And he's got 10 minutes left to do it. That's the game. It was exactly what we thought it would be. Everyone's basic sense of what this fight represented was correct. All right, round 4 coming up. Diego looks pumped. Round 4. Good right hand after a 2-punch combo from Volk. You see how Volk is timing the jab as Lopes tries to follow him? Turn him, and then as he is trying to just come correct to meet you, pop him. That's what he's doing. This is why you have to cut him off. Man. Ooh, they clinch. Nobody got anything out of that one. Volk back on the jab. So I guess Lopes is just going to fight this whole fight like this. Kind of an uppercut glances for Lopes. He lets Volk take center again. Dude, the fucking footwork and real estate difference between these two is astronomical. Big shot from Volk gets stuffed. They exchange in the clinch. Nobody gets anything. Look at how often Diego just doesn't throw shit. Just staring at his opponent. It's maddening. But obviously, phenomenal job by Volk, just constantly turning, constantly putting a jab in his face, constantly harassing his base with those leg kicks, constantly changing up the rhythm. Like it's, obviously it's tough, but if I'm Lopez, you gotta eat stuff, bro. Big uppercut. Oh, Volk got poked in the eye or something. I'm not sure. Volk shoots, misses. Diego's trying to stay up on him. Something like Volk is something. Though trading. Lopez is landing now. Throw. Uh-oh, big uppercut for Lopez. Good combination from Volk. Oh, Volk is getting pressured here. Wow, imagine that. Putting pressure on him and throwing, even if you have to eat some, yields much better results. I mean, I realize he doesn't want to get taken down, but you got to fire, throw something, fire the jab, fire the front kick, something. And now he's back to getting turned. Nice right hand from Volk. Good jab from Volk. God damn. Once again, look at how much I cannot overstate this to you. Students of the world, you cannot let yourself get turned like this for this long. You cannot do it. It's not to say he might not win. He might win. But this does not improve your chances. It leaves you having to just eat punches and then exchange because you're constantly playing catch up. Oh, fantastic right hand from Volk. Something else. I guess he got poked or something. I'm not sure. Good punches from both. Volk gets out of the corner. Yeah, we know what the score is, gang. We know what the score is. Oh yeah, it's just a punch that kind of grazed into the eye. Not no poke. I mean, it was a closed fist. Just nothing you can do about that. All right. So, I mean, I don't know what to tell you, folks. Let's see. Boom. Oh, that was a nice uppercut from Diego. That was a nice uppercut. All right, you heard him. They did this to Jose Aldo. Grab a single, run him into the fence. And then you can just kind of play with the play at with the position there. All right, let's get the clock ready. Diego looks pumped, but buddy, being pumped is not going to get the job done. Here we go. Round 5. So pay attention. Let's see if he grabs the single and runs him into the fence. Nice right hand from Volk. Volk with the jab. 2-2. What the fuck fight are they watching? I mean, I'm not really scoring it, but that just seems wrong. God, be a beautiful right hand from Volk. Unbelievable. He exchanges again. Nobody gets hurt real bad. Volk got the best of it. Good uppercut from Volk, and now his jab. Dude, Volk looks fucking awesome. Leg kick from Lopes. Nice right hand from Volk. Nice jab from Volk. Another one. Right hand from Lopes got through a little bit. Nice shot from Volk, but it goes nowhere. He's getting poked in the eye or something. All right, they slap hands. I mean, Volk's doing everything to define the terms of the engagement. Lopes just not there technically, man. Still a couple minutes left, but Volk still leading him. Lopes can't catch him. And now, again, eating jabs, trying to follow. Damn, bro. Nice leg kick. I mean, there's been a few leg kicks in this round for Lopes. There he is chasing. Can't get shit. Man, a masterclass in footwork, a masterclass in timing, a masterclass in strategy, in manipulation. I mean, just so many parts. Damn, Volk looks amazing. Oh, they want to trade. Well, fucking trade then. Now Lopes walking around with his hands down. That's what you should have been doing for the last 15 minutes, bud. Don't be screaming at motherfuckers with 30 seconds left in the 5th round, bud. Let's see. Let's see. He's pointing at the ground. All right, they're going to exchange? I doubt it. Oh, a little bit. A little bit. Oh, wow. So there you go. I mean, it looks to me like Volk is your new champion. Let's set the context here. First of all, don't go anywhere, folks. The post-fight show is going to start as soon as they make the announcement. In fact, I'll put this banner up so everyone understands what time it is. Number one, if he ends up winning here, if Volk ends up winning here, which of course he should, he will be the first fighter sub 155 on the men's side, above the age of 35 to win a UFC title, and he'll be the first fighter in UFC history to claim an undisputed title after back-to-back losses. He'll be the first one to ever do that. So We're on the precipice of history here, folks. We're on the precipice of history here. I have a lot of thoughts on Diego Lopes's performance that I can't wait to share. I have a lot of thoughts. Volk was assassinating him in that first round. Yeah, it was more of a trip, the highlight they're showing. Boom. Boom, that right hand. That wasn't even a clean right hand. Diego Lopes landing a nice uppercut. I think that was what, round 3 or 4? I don't see the eye poke yet. Let's see. Uppercut. Yeah, there's no eye poke there. All right, let's see here. I still don't see an eye poke. That's the end of the fight. All right. Anybody taking Lopes? I doubt it, right? Does Lopes really think he won this fucking fight? I'd be shocked. Here we go. Scorecards are as follows. 249.46 is 148.47. Alexander Volkanovski. There it is. Ladies and gentlemen, this is no small feat what he just accomplished. We're going to talk about it on the post-fight show. Absolutely an enormous, enormous achievement in mixed martial arts. And I do mean that. There's a 35-bit. It's good to be back, he says. Adversity is a privilege, he says. Interesting. He said, yeah, he's talking about the value of adversity. Let's hear what Diego Lopes has to say. Yeah, a shoo-in for the Hall of Fame, indeed. Are they going to talk to Diego? I think a little bit. All right, they're embracing. All right. Let me get this tweet up because I want folks to join me. Here we go. Man. All right, he's thanking all of his people, blah, blah, blah. Damn. His face is a disaster. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I'm not done. I'll be back. All that stuff. Yeah. And then he thanks Miami. That's it. Okay. All right. Let's set this up. Let me pull this over here. Let me pull this over here. Let's get these stats over here. All right. And we get the scorecards over here. All the stuff that we need. Okay. All right. Here's how this is going to go. Let's reset for just a second. Hi, everyone. My name is Luke Thomas. I'm going to quickly put up the Be Right Back sign. I'm going to quickly use the restroom. I've been broadcasting now for, almost 3+ hours. I have to quickly go to the bathroom, and then we are going to start. Okay? All right. I'll be right back, and then the post-fight show begins. Wait 1 minute. Okay. We're here. Let me turn this off. Excuse me. Let me turn this off. Time to reset. All right. So let's do it. Hi, everyone. My name is Luke Thomas. It is time now for the UFC 314 post-fight show. Results, analysis, your questions answered. This is the way this will go. If you've got a question that we're going to get to after we do the front loading of the analysis, please put something in the super chat and we'll get to it there. Thumbs up if you're watching, if you haven't already. Subscribe if you're watching and you haven't already. We have a lot to get to. There is a bunch of meat on this bone that we got to chew on. So without further ado, let's get this party started, shall we? There we go. Sorry, I had the loop on. There we go. We are ready to go. All right. One more reminder. If you're looking at this, this is the QR code for my Substack. We do all kinds of extra tape analysis, but all kinds of stuff beyond what if you ever watch the live chat and we get into like all the combat sports topics plus beyond, this is for you. There's a link in the description box below. You can scan this if you want more. But all right, enough of that. Let's talk about what just happened. UFC 314 is in the books. Let's read it. Let's get to it. Let's do the whole bit here right now. All right. UFC 314 took place at the Casilla Center in Miami, Florida. We don't have the gate yet or the bonus winners yet, but as they come up, I'll try to get to it. Let's talk about it. In your main event, Alexander Volkanovski defeats Diego Lopes. Your scores 48-47 and then 249-46s. I've got the scorecards here. I don't know if they've been updated yet. Let's go to the bottom, take a look at them if we've got them. They don't have it up yet. We're still waiting on that. They've got the co-main, but they don't have the main event. So we'll see what rounds they gave him. Let's talk big picture. We start with the winner, Alexander Volkanovski. This was okay. So what were we expecting heading into this fight? What was the predominant analysis that many people had that I think proved to be quite true in the end? It was, okay, if you just watch the tape on these two guys, one is clearly better than the other. Volkanovski has fought better competition. He has defeated much better competition. He has achieved much better heights. He has a much better sense of timing, rhythm, manipulation. We always talk about how he likes to scramble people's brains, not just with the punches, but by setting patterns and then disrupting, setting patterns and then disrupting. And relative to what Diego Lopes has shown us on tape, he just looks much better. He looks mechanically smoother. Again, higher level strategy, higher level implementation all the way around. But in the case of Diego Lopes, a guy who has surged up the contendership queue, who has offense everywhere, who does have dynamite punching power, somebody to take seriously, right? And had earned this position, I think. How is the fight going to go? Well, you were just wondering what was going to give. Could Volk do a 25-minute kind of thing if he needed to, or was he going to get clipped and then the whole shit was going to come undone? And that's basically what happened. No, he did not come undone. He got clipped in that second round and dropped, and he got a little bit scrambled there in his own. But short of that, he won. Guys, Volkanovski was, I need to go back and look at the judging. One round I could understand giving to Lopes. Maybe they gave him round 2. Maybe they gave him round, 3, maybe one of those ones. But I will tell you, to me, it looked like one guy was a vastly superior fighter. Now, if you did not watch the watch-along portion of this broadcast, you'll miss it. But I'd like to revisit it because to me, it's perhaps one of the most important takeaways that I have in this fight, which was Diego Lopes getting constantly turned. I'm going to break down the X's and O's here a little bit in a minute, but what I bring us all up to say, you had one guy just manipulating the other one, not physically so much by putting his hands on him and moving him, although you got a little bit of that in the first round, but a higher level operator using real estate, using fakes and feints and footwork and distance management and timing and all these other forms of control and manipulation to get the other person to do what they wanted them to do. That's really what happened here. You had a guy who has deep control of not just the basics, but now defining the terms of the engagement over the course of that fight. That's what you got. That's what you got in Volkanovski. He proved what we knew ahead of time was probably going to be the case. We didn't know if the bottom was going to drop out, but on the top side, so infinitely superior from a technical level. His jab was on point tonight. His leg kicking was not devastating, but that leg kicking jabbing combination he uses to harass guys' balance or to make them reset or to slow them down for subsequent offense after they try and charge him that first and third timing. And by the way, him changing the timing and then changing the the setups, right? Sort of manipulating him in that way, pulling him into himself, all that stuff, just operating at a crazy high level. And I want to say something about Diego Lopes in the following sense. It's really about Volk. I'm saying all of this like there was this big discrepancy in skills, but I do think that Diego Lopes deserved to be there. But I want to talk about what Volk achieved in winning tonight. I'm going to get to the X's and O's in just a second. They were making some kind of light of it on the broadcast, or, whatever. They were talking about it on the broadcast. And I've said it before, I did not discover the 35 and over stat. Somebody else discovered it, but I had kind of popularized it. And Volk being the first 55er and down to ever win a weight class title, undisputed, above the age of 35, folks should not look the other way on this. You're not just going up against your opponent, you're going up against something that seemed like an historical iron curtain. To break that is no fucking small feat, because it means you have to have demonstrated excellence over vast points of your athletic life. As new contenders emerge, you still have to stay ahead of them, right? As new challenges and new styles and new metas emerge, you have to stay ahead of them. That's the point. Volkanovski is so good that, yes, he had setback and he came back, and we'll talk about the other record he set tonight. But in terms of the 35-year-old one at those lower weight divisions where your reflexes can give out on you and your durability can undermine your efforts, but also new contenders emerging, new challenges emerging, new styles of fighting emerging, just new threats, new body types, all kinds of stuff. And you have to stay ahead of the game. He proved tonight he is still, from a technical perspective, way ahead of many of his peers. Certainly far in excess of Diego Lopes. That is no small feat. I absolutely take my hat off to him and salute him for that. You have to be so technically good that you can suffer setback, new guys emerge. I mean, when he beat Max for the third time and ended up becoming something like the pound-for-pound best fighter in the sport, this was like 2022. Diego Lopes was nothing in this division. He might. I mean, I'm not. When did Diego Lopes make his UFC debut? What year was that? I can't even recall anymore. Right? He made his UFC debut in 2023. He was nothing. He was nothing at that time. He was a non-factor. This is what I mean. But yet he came up through the ranks, and yet he was able to emerge as a new contender, and he beat all these other guys. Like, you have to just be so good you can hover above the rest of the game in a way where even as contenders get replaced and new styles emerge and all this stuff, right? New punching power threats and blah, blah, blah. I'm not talking about ultimate thresholds, but, competitor to competitor, like these, it's just constantly getting varied, and you're staying above the fray. That only happens when you can deliver technical masterpieces. That is what you got with Alexander Volkanovski. That's really what you've gotten with him for the vast majority of his career. First Islam fight wasn't the best representation of that, but you got to see some of it. The last two losses obviously are not great examples of that, but in general, you get to see here what you're working with here. This is a guy who is, he's not beating you with dynamite punching power. He's got decent crap. He can pop a little bit, but he's not like super awesome with it. He's not beating you with like overwhelming, in general, firepower. Right? That's, the leg kicking, right? Like, Justin Gaethje's got firepower with the hands and the feet. Volkanovski doesn't. He's not beating you with overwhelming submission prowess. He's not beating you with overwhelming wrestling. He's beating you with overwhelming mastery of distance, overwhelming mastery of timing, of fakes, of feints, of setups, of strategy, of pattern setting, pattern disruption. His rhythm disruption is absurd. So I just want to contextualize what it means. It's not something you can just tick off on the box and be like, oh, he did it. What's the significance? The significance is that people can't maintain these leads on their competitors once their physical abilities tend to drop off a little bit in these dynamite lower weight classes. It just becomes very, very hard. It's hard to keep an advantage. But if your technical advantage is so absurd, even if there is these kind of drop-offs with durability, with speed, with reflexes, if your technical ability is so high, you can make up for it. That is exactly what you got with him tonight. That's the first part I want to say. The second thing I want to say about him is the other thing that he did, and I made a video about this, and I saw people being like, at a bare minimum, didn't quite understand the contextual relevance. So let me establish it. Namely, prior to tonight, 6 fighters in UFC history had come from back-to-back losses and then tried to win a title. And only one of them had, and it was Randy Couture. But he had to change weight classes to do it, and it was only an interim title. So the other thing that Volkanovski did tonight, and the reason why I even looked into this was, I said to myself, wait a second, Volk's coming off back-to-back stoppages. Has anyone ever won a title coming off of back-to-back stoppages? And the only answer was Randy Couture, UFC 43, again, for an interim title after he changed weight classes. Right? That's not what happened here. Now, granted, Ilya left, so it kind of complicates it to a degree, but the point I'm trying to make is to come back from not just 2 losses, 2 devastating, 2 terrible knockout losses, and then reclaim it by not being overly psychologically affected. And by the way, I want to point out as well, like willing to trade, did it mostly on his terms, but willing to trade, like to be able to overcome that. That is such a hard thing to do. And usually what it signifies is when you've gotten stopped like that, oh, your time is up. But again, if you have such command of all of those other elements of the game, even if you don't have firepower, even if you don't have some of those other things that I mentioned, like, Charles Oliveira submission prowess, you can still achieve pretty extraordinary things. So he becomes that guy tonight, to be able to psychologically rally in a way that seems so very difficult to do. To achieve at the highest level of what that weight division can offer today seems so difficult to do after coming back from that. To the point where most guys never get it. The 3 other ones that had tried were John Lober doesn't count. It's early UFC. It doesn't count, but him and Tank Abbott. I don't know what you want to say about that. And then it's just Yoel Romero, who kind of got gifted one based on the state of the division. But then it was Frankie Edgar, it was Jose Aldo, and it was Randy Couture before these guys tonight. Those are Hall of Famers, bro. Those are Hall of Famers. And Couture got the closest, but no one else had really done it. Aldo got wiped out against Jan. Edgar got wiped out against Aldo, UFC 156. Not Volk. Didn't get wiped out at all. Got dropped. We'll talk about it in just a second. But that is an enormous achievement. You're talking about someone who's, he did make a mistake against Ilya. So even someone as technically gifted as him can be beaten in individual moments, right? But what I hope everyone can take away from tonight, if you have any lesson that you're drawing from this, is his ability to stay relevant is a function of being a technical wizard, by being an absolute virtuoso. That's how he's beating these guys. He is a virtuoso. That motherfucker in the orchestra is first chair. Make no mistake about that. And he did something that in the history of the Ultimate Fighting Championship, in 2 different ways, no one's ever done before. Hall of Famer, first ballot, easy to call, no problem. Now, let's talk about that fight. Diego Lopes drove me fucking crazy in this fight. Again, I don't give a shit who wins. The most deserving guy wins. Who was the most deserving guy tonight? It was clearly Volkanovski. So I'm glad the right guy won. The right guy won tonight. But I can't stand watching guys who are elite fighters in these, or in elite fights anyway, who have these once-in-a-lifetime opportunities. And by the time they get to the big dance, they're still making errors that it's like, guys, I don't imagine that I am the world's best analyst, not even by a million miles. I don't ever think of myself that way. I'm not suggesting it. But what I am trying to say is, if somebody like me can see this on tape, how the fuck is it not getting through to some of these guys? You cannot follow Volkanovski for 25 minutes and expect to win. It cannot happen. They kept talking about how Volkanovski, goes side to side with lateral movement, which is technically true, but somewhat overstated. He did this against Max, especially in the 3rd fight, although I don't know. I have to go back and see exactly which way he rotated. But in this particular case, he rotated to the outside of the power of the right hand of Lopes, and Lopes just followed him. And if you did not watch the broadcast I did, the watch-along, boys and girls, yeah, you cannot do that against somebody like him. Understand this. This is what Max did to Jose Aldo. Max fought Jose Aldo twice, and he stopped him both times. Now, one time he went clockwise, and one time he went counterclockwise, and they involved different weapons. But if you're going to go clockwise if you're going to go to the outside, you're going to make them follow, right? You're going to go to the outside of their jab hand, so the power hand has to follow. The more you turn them, the more they have to follow to catch up with you, right? Because they don't want you to get an angle on them, so they're going to follow. As he did this, he was getting popped with the jab consistently. And as he tried to follow him, he's getting leg kicked consistently, which means you have to reset and reset and reset and reset. And of course, the damage can be accumulating to the point where the right eye of Lopes was quite swollen. Now, I don't think that was just from the jab. There was obviously some hooks that you saw Volkanovski was able to land, like really, really great combinations. He rolled underneath and then landed his own. That was fucking phenomenal. But the point I'm trying to make is you're getting turned. And if you're getting turned, it makes it hard to throw kicks. It means the second dude, we're talking little windows, but that's what the window is. If you and I are 50-50, we're level, and I take an angle on you, there's a window where you have to follow. And in that window, your defense sucks. And every time he was getting popped for that for the course of 25 minutes, and he never, ever made a correction. There are times where you want a cage cut. There can be times where you want to follow. I had a long conversation one time with Anthony Pettis about this after he knocked out Wonderboy. He did not want a cage cut. He wanted to follow for a very specific purpose. But in the case of Diego Lopes, that clearly didn't serve his interest whatsoever. He needed to cage cut, and he never did. And I know what you're going to say. Oh, Volk didn't let him. Yes, that's too true to an extent, but go back and look at how many times he let Volk just take center. Just take center. Dude! How are you going to beat a fighter this good giving him center of the octagon? And the answer is you're not. You're not. You're absolutely not. A tragic mistake on his part. And I think one that over the course of his career, it's just hard for me to believe that guys can get to this level. They can get an opportunity against a technical marvel and someone like Volkanovski and then let themselves get turned for 25 minutes. You just have to do something else. And he didn't. And that to me is like a crazy, crazy thing that he never corrected for. And the answer, of course, is he didn't want to probably get, overzealous and get taken down. He was, I think, I will look up the stats here in just a second, 9 for 10 on takedowns, or stuffing takedowns, I should say. So he did, except for that first round, he did pretty good. And he probably didn't want to, rush in and take a big punch. But it's like, dude, on the Fight Day broadcast, which was available here on my Substack, we went over this. He waits. Dude, good fighters take advantage of mistakes or openings. Great fighters make you make them. So Volk was a great fighter and made him create openings. I'm going to turn you. You're going to follow. Bam. Turn you. You're going to follow. Bam. Turn you. Fake up high. Bam. Leg kick or whatever else he wanted to throw behind it. That's what he does. He makes you follow. He makes you get led. He makes you make mistakes. He makes you leave openings, and then he just takes advantage of them. If you can create your own openings, the world is your oyster. Like, that's Floyd Mayweather shit. I'm not saying he's the Floyd of MMA. I'm not trying to make that comparison, but like Floyd was very good at that. People think that Floyd just waited around and popped people and ran. No, Floyd created openings, would pop them, and then he would run. But that, you understand, like, we're just a high level of fight IQ. So much waiting around from Diego Lopes, an unforgivable amount of waiting around from Diego Lopes. Just waiting on Volk to make a mistake is such a hard way to go about doing that. But I gotta say, dude, in that first round, Volk looked fucking awesome. Did he not? Did he not look incredible? His strength looked just as good as it always had. He used that Kosoto hook to take Lopes down. He had savage ground and pound. Even when Lopes was able to stand, he was able to control from the waist and then pop him up the side. I mean, dude, talk about having offense everywhere. Volkanovski fucking had it. Man, he looked freaking phenomenal in that first round. I looked at that. After that round was over, I was like, dude, I don't even know what the hell we're even doing with it. How do you fight this guy? That's incredible how good he looked. Second round, obviously, was the one where he got dropped off. Like, it wasn't a full double jab, but it was like kind of like a pantomime double jab. And then the right hand landed behind it. So he was able to rally, but you can see he got rocked. So like the questions about his durability to me are as legitimate as ever. It's not like he silenced them or something. He just proved that, like, despite those things being true, he was able to overcome it. Not like, oh, we overestimated it. We may have overestimated the risk, but we didn't overestimate that Diego posed. But we didn't overestimate the risk that, like, the durability could have been, and perhaps in a different scenario. But, in general, when he needed to settle things down and go back to the jab leg kick and reset and take center, he did. And when he wanted to, again, we talked about turning him, he did. Let's take a look at some of these. You know what? Let me see if they've got the scorecards up, because I'm curious to see who gave the 2 rounds. Do we have it? Yes, we have it. Okay, let's take a look here. Let's take a look here. Okay, here's the scorecard. Share screen. Okay, I'll do this one. And then in the background, I'm going to take this off. Yeah, have a gander at that. So I don't know if you can see. Let's blow that up a little bit. There we go. Okay. All right. So Derek clearly had the 48-47. He gave rounds 2 and 4 to Diego Lopes. That's the round where he dropped him, round 2. Round 4 is an interesting one. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, because look, Sal D'Amato gave rounds 2 to Diego Lopes, but Chris Lee only gave round 4. So rounds 2 and 4, I guess, are your, if Lopes has any rounds, it's those 2. And then I guess 1, 3, 5 on all 3 for Volk. So there you have it. That's interesting. 2 and 4. 2 and 4 are the rounds there. Now let's take a look at some of the stats if we can here. Let me pull this up, and then we'll get to this co-main event here in just a second. Man, look at some of these numbers. These are great. How about this? Volk, 158, more than doubled what Diego landed. Now, Volk only got 1 of 11 takedowns, so that's not great. But look at these numbers. 27-8 kicked his ass in round 1. 24-6. These are numeric totals, not qualitative totals. 25-9, 39-16, and 40. Dude, this was an ass kicking. Let's look at the targeting. I bet it's much more diverse for. No, actually, yeah, you know why? Because he was actually going to the body. That makes sense. From Diego Lopes. Lopes going to the head about 80%, not quite, and then 10 and 10 again, not quite. In terms of the diversity, much more head hunting in this particular case for Volk. These are just to set up and touch. And of course, the fight took largely place at range. Look at this, the red just overpowering everything here. Quite remarkable. So there you have it on that main event. If you got a question about it, you can fire to the super chat. We'll get to it here in just a minute. But really an insane performance for Volkanovski. One you knew he was capable of, but to be this good this late in his run, pretty special. All right, let's talk about this co-main event if we can here for just a second, because I got some crow to eat. I did think he was going to win. I did pick Paddy to win, but let's talk about it. Paddy Pimblett defeats Michael Chandler at 3:07 of round number 3. Dude, Paddy beat the shit out of Michael Chandler. This was not close. He beat the fuck out of him. I can't wait to look up some of these numbers. He demolished him. I have a little bit of crow to eat on Paddy. I have to admit, I have underestimated him too much for too long. Now, as I mentioned on the broadcast, the live broadcast, the watch-along, 2 things have changed. 1, look at how fucking big he is at 55. He came into the UFC. Go back and look at the tape. He is much scrawnier back then. He has really filled out as he's aged, number 1. Number 2, he has cleaned up a lot. His back control was always good, and it's still a threat now. But look how much he's married that into submissions, married that into turning guys into various, I think he had a half Nelson to turn him, and what that's doing to his mount and his ground and pound, and how it's all now working together more seamlessly. And again, the physicality also wears on that as well. At range, those leg kicks are dynamite. He's still a little bit vulnerable with his head up in the air, but even that, he has cleaned up a lot. He's better about his distance management. boys and girls, it's time to admit Paddy Pimblett has gotten way, way, way better. There's a video of me floating around. This was like years ago at this point, like, when Topuria was obviously on his way up and Paddy was still fighting, like jabronis or whatever. And, I said that, like, if you put Ilya in front of Paddy, it'd be a mismatch and you might kill him. At the time, that was quite true. Not as true. I mean, I would still favor Ilya to win, but that's not nearly as fucking true as it once was. Not even close. Paddy Pimblett has, I think, to an extent, arrived. This was his best win of his UFC career. And it's not just his best win because of the name he beat. It's his best win in part because of the name he beat, but the method and the seamlessness with which he did it. The timing on that switch knee to intercept Chandler in that third round when he was there, the confidence to take that back, the ability to marry that with the back to the mount, with ground and pound, with sub threats to wear on Michael Chandler. Dude, he big brothered him. I mean, Michael Chandler's usually many things, but out physical. Then again, it's a combination of physicality and skill. You have to do both, and damage. But dude, Michael Chandler looked helpless underneath. This is the first time, and he didn't actually look old, but I'm saying Paddy made him look old. Paddy big brothered him. Paddy, I mean, and it sounds like, big brother's like you're older, but I'm saying, like, in the fight game, metaphorically, he big brothered him. He did whatever he wanted to in that third round, basically. So the distance management has gotten better. He's got more weapons. His jab was on point to an extent. That leg kick was dynamite. He's got other kicks too, by the way, the whole time. But, like, he doesn't force anything. He doesn't rush into anything. He can accept pressure now. Like, dude, he has gotten way better. And it's time to admit it. And it's also something that we go back to all the time on my various programs on this channel and other ones I'm involved in. Namely, here is a guy who, we talk about this division, the young not replacing the old. It doesn't happen enough. And now you've got exactly that. A young guy coming through and tearing apart the older generation, breaking through. That's what you want. Now, how far he can go and what happens next, we'll talk about in just a second. Obviously, that main event too with Volk, I'm not sure what they're going to do. They're going to give him Yair. I don't really know what's going to happen there. Obviously, Max is gone, so it's hard to say exactly what they're going to do up at 45. But in this particular case, at 55, maybe Paddy gets Charles, maybe he gets, I don't know who he's going to get. Armin, I don't know what's going to happen. But tonight, Paddy Pimblett freaking arrived, dude. He looked sensational. I cannot believe how much better he's gotten. This is why you can't count out Raul Rosas. I'm not even saying, they are on different journeys. They're different people, different weight classes, different everything. But it's just like so early in his journey, people like want to rush it. Dude, take your time with these prospects. And also, Paddy is one of these like cautionary tales in the following sense, in the good way, namely, you want to like get a bunch of experience before you get to the UFC. Build a foundation, make a bunch of mistakes where the chance of that being costly is much lower. And he did all of that, and it paid off. Dude, I cannot believe the ass kicking he put on him. Let's take a look at some of these stats. Dude, look at this shit. Paddy beat the balls off of this guy. 80 significant strikes to 11 for Michael Chandler. Michael Chandler got 4 takedowns, some of them nice. By the way, how about Paddy's takedowns and mat returns? Those also looked awesome. Those also looked physical. And he was able to marry that with precise offense. Chandler was able to lift you and then get the mat return. And he turked the leg like one time, but couldn't really do it the next time. Paddy can follow it up. Paddy can mat return you and then take the back, chair sit, whatever he has to do. Ridiculous, right? Way better job. All right, look at some of these fucking numbers, bro. God damn. And he even got 2 minutes of control time here off of 2 takedowns, Chandler. 5 significant strikes. Paddy got 16 in this one. 34-5 in round 2, and it only got worse. 30-1, plus Paddy gets the takedown. Obviously, with the mat returns there, Chandler did get 2 in that second round, but nothing to show for it. And of course, Paddy's credited with that reversal as well. Man, look at that. He beat the shit out of him. Let's look at some of the targeting on this one as well. Paddy's in blue, Chandler's in red. look at that. I mean, not a lot of work to the body, just targeting to the leg, targeting to the head. Chandler trying to diversify that in that low stance the whole time, but it really just wasn't a whole lot there. He was getting countered constantly. And dude, Chandler throwing like one punch, trying to wing overhand. And we talked about it too with Chandler. Dude, if you're him, you got to feint this guy backwards, get him behind the black line. Where now Paddy's much more hittable when he's up against the fence, and he wouldn't do it. And so he was just constantly getting picked apart at range. And you could even hear his corner, like, get closer to him, lock in, like move further along. And he simply would not do it. He simply would not do it. Paddy, again, part of it is the leg kick, part of it is the jab. But also, like, to me, this one kind of showed me that, like, yeah, he's going to be 39 April 24th, Michael Chandler. He's kind of near the end of the run here, yeah? But the other way you know that is not just because what the numerical age is. His skill set is basically what it is at this point. Like, right, you can't add much dimension to it at this late of the stage. It's so you are who you are at this point. And to me, what it looked like was the next generation's guy, the skill set, like the value that Mike's skill set confers has come to an end. I'm not saying he won't get another win, but like the kind of thing you can do with that, he's maxed out. There's no other high point to be useful at this point, because the guys coming up behind him are just so clearly technically superior, especially in like the grappling department, even though that's supposed to be a part where, in the past, Chandler was fairly formidable. Chandler would never like, thread the legs and hold them and shelve them. And he had very weak control along the fence. Paddy didn't. Paddy had very good control on the fence. I'm telling you, that guy earned my fucking respect. I was mean to him. I'll admit it. I was mean to Paddy. I was mean to Paddy when he came over, and I'm still not ready to be like, oh, he's a future title contender. But dude, he has made an outrageous amount of shown, I should say, an outrageous amount of growth. And you just have to acknowledge it. And I am so glad a young gun is coming up at 55 and doing the things he's doing. Now, the question is, how far can he take it? I don't know. Who's he going to fight next, and who should he fight next? I like the Tsarukyan fight. Moicano, if he would take it, I don't know if he'll take it. I mean, I know Moicano would take it. I don't know if Paddy would take it. Charles, I would take. Justin, I would take. Let's see who we got in the rankings here. Let's see who they got up. So at 55, so you've got Chandler sitting at 7. So you got Hooker, Poirier, Max. I mean, any of those. But the Arman one, to me, is really interesting. Now that they're going to give him a number 1 contender, they might. And honestly, I'll tell you what about Tsarukyan. I did not think he was going to be ready for Islam. Again, I can't prove that. I don't know that for a fact. But him versus Paddy, I got to tell you, that's got some steam on it for me. Your mileage may vary, and if you got a question about it, we'll get to it on the post-fight part of the we get to the super chats and the questions. But that fight has some energy to it. And dude, Paddy is another one of these things where you can like him or hate him, but he's polarizing in a good way. Like, a lot of fans like him. He pisses off a lot of his the other contemporaries in the weight class. Like, he's good for MMA in that sense. So I really have to just say I came around big time on Paddy. He is doing everything that he is supposed to be doing. Like, what you can expect from him. Is he fulfilling those expectations? And I don't know how the answer is not yes. He is clearly fulfilling them. You know what I mean? So I don't want to oversell what I think the upside is, because I still have some doubts. But impressive. As for Chandler, I don't think he'll retire off of this, but we have to talk about the elephant in the room, namely the Conor McGregor thing. That will prove to have been a decisively bad call. And I know what everyone's going to say. Oh, how long are you supposed to wait? I don't know. He almost got it at 303. Yeah. But the whole thing always felt tenuous. The whole thing always felt precarious. The whole thing was delayed and delayed and delayed and delayed. I don't know, man. I remember when he left Bellator at age 34, he knew he had just a finite pocket to make the most amount of money, to make the most amount of noise. And he certainly did a lot of good for himself. It's not like some wasted effort. That's really not my point at all. In fact, far from it. He did a lot. He did a lot with his UFC run. But in the end, he waited for an opportunity that I think he probably should have pulled the ripcord on that earlier. And, he came there post prime. He lost 2 years of his life when he shouldn't have. And now, to me, it looks like we're very, very much at the end of that run. Again, he might fight again. He might fight again several more times. But Michael Chandler as like a dynamic lightweight force, to me, that kind of came to a close here tonight. And I'm not trying to bury him. I'm not trying to like be shitty to him. I'm not trying to like be a dick. I'm just trying to call it for what it is. You had a very narrow window to make use of your athletic life, and he did something with it. But certainly, he did great for himself, and even with the UFC. But it's going to be a hard fall from here if he doesn't just call it. Like these other guys at 55. I mean, Paddy was number 12, brother. You know what I mean? Paddy was number 12. I don't know. That's a tough fight. Like what you can give him Benoit Saint Denis. Like I would love to see that fight. Who's picking Chandler over Benoit Saint Denis? Who's picking Chandler over Fiziev? Right? Who's picking Chandler over fucking Dariush at this point? I think that has kind of come to a bit of a close here. So unfortunate that all that time just went into this black hole waiting for Conor McGregor to get his shit together, and he never did. I feel kind of bad for Chandler, but at the same time, he's an adult, and those are the choices that he made. All right. How about this one? Not the most fun fight on this card, but let's talk about it. Yair Rodriguez defeating Patricio Pitbull, 30-27 across the board. Pitbull, I brought it up on the live broadcast. Pitbull has been competing in a smaller circular cage where it's, I think, a little bit harder to use evasive footwork. It's a little bit harder to narrow someone down. And obviously he wasn't fighting guys like, in their prime, well, he fought a bunch of guys in their prime, but more recently he's not been fighting guys this good in their prime. He's been fighting, I think a step or two down. Good fighters, but a step or two down. And I didn't think he was going to be overwhelmed by the moment, nor was he, but he's got a limited skill set at age 37. I know everyone wants to make this a fucking referendum on Bellator, but he came there at age 37. Pico is the more interesting case. And again, he also had a rough run in Bellator, but he's more interesting in that he's got a lot more athletic life left if he plays his cards right and they matchmake him right. But Pitbull is 37. He's 30. When is Pitbull's birthday, by the way? July. He'll be 38 in July. I mean, guys, you have to have some managed expectations. So he came in good shape. He's a very good fighter. I don't mean to take it away a win from Yair. Yair beat a good fighter tonight. He beat a really good fighter tonight, a highly experienced one. But I had some managed expectations because Pitbull tends to start slower these days. Someone brought it up in the chat. Certainly, it's true. Since the AJ McKee loss, he's been a little bit more tentative. That's absolutely true. He does have good submissions. He at times was a blood and guts fighter, and he's still very good. He has phenomenal boxing, great power. You saw good evidence of that. But he kind of waited around a little bit, and he had a hard time tracking down Yair, and he got dropped himself. And that was a hard fight for him. Now he was able to rally a little bit, and that armbar was kind of interesting. Pitbull's well-rounded. He's experienced. He's going to be a hard guy to polish off. It can happen, but it's not easy. But at the same time, this is. Yair is a very credentialed competitor. He fought the best himself and was on a bit of a comeback. We watched that Volk fight. Volk beat his ass. That was big bank, take little bank too, right? So he had something to prove here. And he wanted something big for himself. And they are going back to Guadalajara. And he was able to, I didn't think it was an overwhelming display from Yair, but I did think it was calculated while still being dangerous. Good diversity on kicks. For the most part, staying out of trouble. In the end, great job when he dropped him. Savage ground and pound. Standing his ground when he needed to. Like making good decisions, right? That's what I wanted to see. Yair always had good technical prowess, but would kind of be wild and undisciplined. And so there was a question about not the brutality of what was possible, but the decision-making that went into it. And this one, to me, felt like he dialed back some of that brutality a little bit, but then not in totality. Obviously that third round was pretty great, but then definitely dialed up better decisions, and you're going to get better results over time doing that. We had a conversation about Michael Chandler and could he have a better record if he fought differently? Yes. And then there's a cost benefit analysis to that. But in general, in the case of Yair Rodriguez, a very, very good showing from him. And I don't know what to say about Pitbull, I mean, he has an amazing career. He's highly experienced. This is something of a shot in the dark with the time he had remaining. He's got nearly 50 fucking fights. Like, I don't want to be too hard on him. It's 3 losses in 4 fights, but one of those was at 35. This one was, again, he's kind of old for the weight class, and I don't know. I don't know what to say about what's left. He still, to me, it didn't feel like Chandler to me. Chandler to me felt like this was a real bookend moment of something. Didn't necessarily feel that way with Pitbull, but it seems like, is he going to be some immediately interesting addition to the 145-pound division? Probably not. But in the case of Yair, a young guy as well, who I thought was wild and undisciplined at times, making much better decisions. Who should he fight? Should he get a title shot off of this win? It's the first win since losing to Ortega in 2024. I don't know. I don't know what they're going to do at 45. Let's see the rankings at 45. So you've got Max is gone, Volk is back up there. You got Lopes, Movsar, Yair. Yeah, they might. They're gonna leapfrog Movsar. I mean, there ain't no fucking way he's gonna get it ahead of him. So that's definitely possible. Yeah, they might run that back in Mexico. I don't know if Volk wants to go to Mexico or whatever, but they might run that back there. I guess we'll have to see. But I don't have a major takeaway about it other than you'll probably see Pitbull again. I definitely think I don't think he's like insanely washed. But I don't think he's at his peak either. It's fair to say. And Yair, really, really nice rebounding effort. Really, really good way to convince us that there is reason for optimism left in his career. As long as Volk's going to be around, it's going to be a tough opportunity for him. But I don't know. I wouldn't necessarily hate it, although I don't know if there's a huge mandate for it, right? Obviously. Let's talk about this one, because this fight is much more interesting to me. All right, let's pull it up here. How about Gene Silva defeating Bryce Mitchell 352 of round 2 via ninja choke. Like a modified ninja choke, almost like a lat choke, but not. Dude, I was okay. So obviously this fight was supercharged, right? Bryce had the controversy. I'm not here to relitigate it, but obviously you can say what? It was an ugly controversy. It wasn't great. People were trying to treat him like he was canceled by the man or something, which was a fucking pathetic thing to do. But let's put it aside for a minute. Certainly there was a lot of heat in this fight. Gene Silva leaned into that heat. He antagonized Bryce Mitchell. He tried to make a big show of it. He was having wild pre-fight antics and saying wild pre-fight things. And there was the independent of anything Silva was doing, Bryce had his own media controversy. And there was a whole shit. It was a whole thing. Then, of course, there's big stakes in this fight. Here come the fighting nerds. Here comes Silva. What are we going to get with these guys? He's never been tested against a guy who's got a good ground game like Bryce. Because whatever else you want to say about Bryce, he is a very good fighter. He is very good on the ground. And, you don't get a twister in the UFC by accident. Like, you have to do something right. And he's still relatively young. It's not an old fighter by any stretch of the imagination. So this seemed to me like striker versus grappler. Big stakes, angry rivalry, heat on this fight, controversy in this fight. What were you going to get? And I wasn't sure. I just wasn't sure what we were going to get. Here's what we got. Silva, to me, was horsing around and playing antics too much. But the real takeaway is not that. The real takeaway is, while I found that a little personally annoying, the takeaway is his ground game, at least from a defensive standpoint, is legit. And then with that ninja choke, which used to be called a power guillotine, it's very legit. At least certainly now there's two-way traffic. It's not just defensively sound. Used to be, I was like, oh, well, if he can just defend the takedowns, he'll be fine. He can win on the feet. And of course, that was definitely true. But now he can also win, it seems like, in multiple phases and in multiple dimensions of the game. Well, that's a different ball game now. Very different ball game. He didn't just answer the question of, like, could he deal with the grappling of somebody? By the way, remember, Bryce took Ilia Topuria down and held him down. I mean, that's not nothing. Now, in the second round, the opposite happened and Bryce got fucked up. But like, that first round, he was pretty good with it. He has a good crackdown off a single leg. or a high crotch. And he didn't get hardly anywhere close to anything like that with Silva, except when he was like just fucking around for the most part. I mean, he was able to get some position on him. We'll look up here in just a second what they credited him with. But dude, Jeon Silva looked awesome. Awesome. It turned out that his striking wasn't as good as it could have been because he was fucking around so much, because he was trying to do the Harlem Globetrotter razzle dazzle. But in the end, dude, it kind of looked like the Harlem Globetrotters versus the Washington Generals. A little bit. And I'm not trying to disrespect Bryce as an athlete or a fighter. I'm trying to tell you straight up, like whatever else you want to say about the controversy, he's good. If he had gone in there and submitted him, taken him down, taken his back or whatever and submitted him, I would not have been surprised. Not even a little bit. I took Bryce seriously completely, which was kind of annoying me about Silva because he wasn't. He wasn't. And I think the fight went a little bit longer than it needed to. Not that it went super long, but that could have been even shorter than it was. Dude, Jeon Silva is a fucking legit title threat at 145. I'm going to say it one more time. He's a title threat at 145. He is a dynamic athlete. He is completely in command of his own skill set. He doesn't mind getting in, trying to get into opponents' heads. He lives for the spotlight. Like when the lights come on, he gets even better. He doesn't just resist pressure to perform. It boosts performance. It's a fucking PED for him. You know what I mean? That to be on that kind of a stage, to be on that kind of a setting, that's a fucking drug for him. He is legit. I couldn't believe what he was ultimately able to do. I thought Bryce was going to make that much closer than he ultimately did. Nope, not at all. What a performance from Silva. Let's take a look at some of these numbers here if we can. Yeah, Bryce actually numerically outstruck him here. Take a look at this. Numerically outstruck him, but not qualitatively, obviously. Silva, you got the takedown here, excuse me. Bryce did in round one. He had about a little bit under a minute of control time. Silva not doing a whole lot in the round in terms of the numeracy of it, but then the second round obviously took over. Look at that, stuffing 11 takedowns in the third. Good Lord, that's insane. And then, there's not much control time to speak of. But like, what was Silva doing? How about that like spinning back kick that he landed right to the face? That was incredible. Stuffing the takedowns with ease. And, trying to go for that same scooping uppercut that he hit against Charles Jourdain, just a phenomenal job by Jeon Silva. And like the fact that he was as comfortable and as calm as he was really mind-blowing for me. That was the part that I was so shocked by. That was the part I couldn't believe. I was like, dude, how did he do? Like, what? Like, how are you not more nervous? And Bryce, to me, looked a little bit nervous the whole way through. But Bryce kept trying. Bryce kept trying what he had. He was trying for the leg kicks. He was trying for the takedowns. You just look, 11 takedowns in one round. That's a shit ton. He was out there trying for it. But Silva, just like, Neo in the Matrix with that scene where Agent Smith is trying to get him in the train station. He's like that's what it felt like a little bit in the second. So the only thing for me about Silva is, maybe he was doing it extra special for this fight, but like leaning into like the horsing around, I didn't care for that very much. That was a little bit, I don't mind it, but I like it when they do it and then marry it with some action or vice versa. So for example, Silva doing this, blah, 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 and then just popping Griffin when he comes back in for the second time. That was kind of cool, right? Or the reverse. Cody Garbrandt ducking and dodging and Dominick Cruz is hitting nothing but air, and then he does the robot afterwards. Okay, but then they get right back to fighting. You see what I mean? When they marry it to something interesting that happens in the actual ring or the cage, then I'm cool with it. But when they're just doing it all fight, I'm like, all right, but whatever. The point, none of that matters. What matters is how good this kid is, and he is fucking awesome. And the fighting nerds, man, dude, what they're bringing to the game right now is thrilling. They're the most exciting team in MMA. I'm not saying they're the best team because we don't know that, but they're the most exciting team in MMA. They have such a youth that, dude, they're the fighting nerds are the young guns of MMA. And some of them are a little bit older, obviously, but in general, those are the young guns of MMA. Here come these new guys charging through. Sometimes some are better than others, some are really good. Some we'll see. but they've got swag, they've got attitude, they've got nerve, they've got identity, and they've got creativity in the striking department, and then obviously deadliness in the striking department. And Silva obviously showing more than that tonight with the ninja choke, but just sticking with that part. And it is so great that they're out here doing what they're doing. It is so fun. It is so unique. And the glasses and everything. How do you not love the fighting nerds? How can you be a fight fan, an MMA fan watching this and not like the fighting nerds? It makes no sense. It makes no sense. So to me, like, where does Bryce go from here? Again, let's take a look at the rankings just to get a sort of a lay of the land. I mean, he was at 13. He might drop out of the top 15 on this one. Now, I do think that bizarrely, he has earned himself more fans through this whole process, which is something I have a very difficult time understanding, but whatever. But it's a bit of a, and I don't know what is he going to do. Is he going to leave Arkansas? I don't know. Does he need to leave Arkansas? I don't know. Should he leave Arkansas? We can debate that. I don't think he will. But I'll just say this. Do I think he's going to maximize his potential doing what he's doing? It's an open question as far as I'm concerned. It's an open question. I don't know. Something to think about. But Silva versus Pico, yes. Where was he before in this division? Was he even ranked? Jayon Silva? No, he wasn't even ranked. So, him versus Pico would be amazing. Him versus, dude, listen to these names at 45. Ige, who had a nice third. I'm not sure because the stoppage was bad. He was kicking Woodson's ass, but then the stoppage was bad. But then you got Mitchell at 13, whatever. Yusuf Zalal would be a fun fight. Chikadze, Emmett, Sterling, Murphy, Allen, Ortega. Like, dude, any of those guys. Give me any of those guys against Jayon Silva. All of that sounds good. He is a ranked fighter. He's a real threat. And he is so fighting nerds. Breath of fresh air, if ever there was one in this division. Breath of fresh air. And then last but not least, Dominick Reyes defeating Nikita Krylov via KO, 224 round one. Dude, Dominick Reyes, let me go through one more time and just tell you what he suffered. John Jones, he got robbed in my opinion. Not robbed. It's a close fight, but he should have been the rightful winner. Follows that up with a vicious TKO to Jan Blachowicz. So that's 2. Follows that up with a vicious KO loss. And that one was vicious to Yair Prochazka. And then followed that up with a KO loss to Ryan Spann. Man, I thought after that he was done for sure. Since then, he beat Dustin Jacoby via KO round 1. After that, Anthony Smith, TKO round 2. And now tonight, Nikita Krylov, KO round 1. And I know what you're saying. You're saying, well, Dustin Jacoby is a good fighter, but, not necessarily of a ranked level. Okay, fine. Smith kind of, once was a very good fighter, but, by his own admission, he's about to hit his retirement fight. And then, okay, but Nikita Krylov, while I think he had missed some time, just 33 years of age, hardly old for this division. And yes, he hadn't fought since March of 2023. It had been a while, so maybe that played a role. But dude, Reyes looked good with the jab. He looked good with that stance switch check hook. He just looked dialed in, and he's looked dialed in for a while. We just didn't know exactly what it meant, but now we're starting to get a clear picture. This guy, he took a lot of damage, and I don't know what that's going to do long term. I don't know if we can fully say, oh, it'll never happen again, blah blah blah. But at least for the time being, to get 3 stoppage wins after 4 consecutive losses, 3 of them kind of bad, 2 of them really bad. It's remarkable. A remarkable testament to his athletic character, a remarkable testament to his self-belief, a remarkable testament to what he's committed to the game. You don't get there unless you've just given it every possible thing he's had. And it's good to see those kinds of efforts get rewarded. I don't know exactly what we can say about his future in the division. It's a nice win. He'll get a top 10 guy after this, right? Where was Krylov? I don't even know if he was ranked anymore. No, he was ranked 8th. Yeah, Jesus. He's going to jump up big time. Reyes was sitting at 11. So, yeah, man. Reyes is not that far from a title shot because then you got Hill and Blachowicz and Roundtree. I'm not saying he's going to get one off of this. Probably it's going to be Olberg, but He's like 1 or 2 fights away, maybe. That to think that after getting demolished by Ryan Spann, I didn't see that coming, if I could be honest with you. Didn't see that coming. All right. If you've got something for the super chat, let's take a look at them. Let's get to your questions. Whatever you've got, let's do that now. All right, let's see. Drive fast, all gas, Bubba. All right, we're doing skits and bits, I think. I know you already have an audience, but do you feel there is a market for Q&A and live chats? Also go Volk. I don't know what that means. We do both. Wow, giving them Foreman feels. Christ, Volk looks good, but still nervous from these. Some of these are from the Volk fight itself. Broadcast showed someone tweet Volk is cut. LOL, no shit. We see the blood, you dog. Oh, yeah, right. Getting Izzy Poetan 1 vibes from this. Lopes to find a finish in the 5th, although trailing on the scorecards. Yeah, he didn't. Does Volk have a sus draw? He's been dropped in almost every fight. He doesn't have remarkable durability. He does not have remarkable durability. No. But he's got amazing willpower. He's always in really good shape, which means he can obviously recover a little bit quicker. And, you know, he's just driven and determined. But no, he doesn't have remarkable durability. Not at all. 2-2. DC is food drunk. Yeah, I didn't understand the scoring there, but you know what? It turned out it was on one of the judges' scorecards. Lopez's ginormous noggin and making him KO proof. Yeah, no shit. You could see Volk scrambling Lopez's brains in real time. He was lost in the sauce half those rounds. Azarium says, how rock hard for Volk again are you after this? Dude, listen, man. He did great tonight. He did really, really great tonight. Ahmad said that's a close fight. Again, on one of the judges' scorecards it was, but I didn't see it that way. Daniel says, 36-year-old Volk definitely looked impressive to me. No question about it. Albert says, Silva versus Lopes would be insane. Who do you favor? Man, I don't know. I mean, if Silva versus Lopes, dude, Silva might fuck him up. I don't know. I mean, maybe I'm getting ahead of am I getting ahead of myself? I don't know. I don't know, but seems to me like he might fuck him up. While time is not on Volk's side, how favorable should he be in future bouts, given the amount of confidence he would have gained from this fight? He's technically better than just about everybody in that division. Really not a question. You know what I mean? That's not the question. Question is, can he just avoid the big shot? It's really about it. C-Shank says, Bryce is going to sleep. Volk winning. Reyes back. Chandler getting humiliated. Minimal Trump glazing by fighters. Great night all around. Yeah, I suppose so. Who's staying up until 2 a.m.? Love the content, but catch the show post-breakfast. All right, I understand, brother. I understand. I'm not mad at you. Here we have Izzy with a very generous donation. Thank you very much for that. Luke, thanks for the detailed play-by-play. Volk's jab and footwork turning Diego, as you pointed out, seemed to be the difference. Masterclass by Volk. The time off really seemed to benefit him. Probably kicking himself for taking that second Islam fight. I mean, I hope he got paid for it, but what a setback that was, huh? What a setback that was. I'm glad he's recovered, but that proved to be not great. Aqua Buddha says, damn good main event. Did you ever figure out the Did you ever figure out the person to credit for the 35? Yes, it was this guy named Volcara France. That's his name. I've tweeted about him before because they have to feel good about how big a storyline that's become in the UFC since being brought to light. Yeah, I bigged up that dude as much as I could. Playing Ice Cubes, it was a good day. Yeah, all right. Just another dude says, you think Dana sent an invite via Signal to all those Trump? All right, guys. All right. There's a time for this. Lewis says, am I the only one who gets annoyed Joe makes statements instead of asking questions? I didn't really hear that much of the broadcast. Jesse says, does this make Volk the best featherweight ever? In my view, he's the most talented one. The title reign length by Aldo is an issue, but if you wanted it to have Volk as best, I wouldn't fight you on it. Ralph says, hard night to choose performance bonuses. Reyes, Silva, Paddy, Volk, Lopes, all deserving. Lopes, to me, is not deserving. Yeah, no. No, he's not deserving. I think when you get outclassed like that, NYM says, right guy won, but Volk looked kind of old the second half of the fight. I feel like Movsar beats him. Movsar's an interesting test. Look, Volk is getting older. I don't know how much longer he's going to hold on to this title, you know. Izzy won it back and then lost it again the next fight, right? But tonight, he looked great. Afifi says, TKO versus the Ali Act. I have a video coming out about this, so don't worry. First, they don't want this to be known as the UFC's top has not made a big announcement. They're presenting as an enhancement rather than an appeal. Concerning, what's your thoughts? I have a video coming out about this, so don't worry. Luke heading to Joseph A. Bank. No, I was back. Yair versus Diego, this person wants. Yair versus Diego. Yeah, I don't know if they're going to do that, but I would love to see it. I'd love to see it. He's gone. Everyone leave. Oh, is this for the... when I was up taking a piss? Didn't realize Joseph A. Bank was open at this time for your bathroom break. All right, settle down, everybody. Settle down. I hope Ilya comes back. We need to see Volk Ilya too. No, we don't. He'd get crushed. We don't need to see that at all. Who's the first defense for Volk? I could see it being Pico. I don't know if they will do that, but I could see it being that way. I could see it being Yair too. I could see a few of those, yeah. McAfee, part of my take, call her daddy Jenna Marbles Patty. If Dave Portnoy gets in on it early, it will shine. Invest in that man's brain, I guess. If you want. AT, what's up, buddy? Velaslav says, since Ilya broke my heart twice with Volk and Max, it's good to finally have one back. Thank you for the watch-alongs. Thank you for being here, my friend. Thank you for the donation. Ian says, how good did Yair look, though? Disciplined is what he looked to me. Disciplined. My second favorite fighter after Topuria. Let's effing go. Title shot next. Could be. If not, Yair versus Silva, loved. I mean, it's a great fight. Lopez Silva, Yair Silva, they're all good ones. Ortega Silva's a good one. Craig Jones going to OD celebrating in Miami, dude. Someone look out for him tonight, please. AT, BC is going to bring up the 35 and over stat on every MK episode for the rest of 20. Guys, I don't care. Like, it's not a shot at me that someone beat it finally. We brought it up because no one had done it. Celebrate the dude who beat it. Like, I don't even understand like what the antagonism would be. Islam versus Ilya, yes. Paddy versus Charles, yeah, I could do that. Justin versus Armin, I don't have much of an interest in that one. They really had a 5-minute Trump walk. They do that every time, brother. Timmy Pooh says, Substack chat was a great compliment to the card tonight. Luke, many thanks. Donks to beef it up. There we go. I missed the beginning of the main card. Did Colby blow Trump during the walkout? He probably tried. Timmy Pooh says, Chandler Fiziev next. That's a bad fight for Chandler. Exploit Mike's style as long as he sticks around. I guess you could do that. Steven says, N-words. Jose is still the GOAT. You N-words mentioning the losses to Max. Silva lost to Weidman twice, too. Yes. Again, I think Aldo's case is the strongest for weight class dominance, but I understand the point. Belland Sausage Helmet. Who's next for It's a good one. Ray, where does this rank in 2020's UFC members for you? I kind of want to cry because because I love that Volk pulled through. Diego did well. He did not do well, but Volk is incredible. I don't know. It doesn't mean that much like all-timer for this decade for me, but I think for a lot of people it's gonna, because of obviously their sentimental attachment to Volk. Luke, can you think of any fighter that is so much more skilled than the rest of the division, but so compromised with their chin? I feel like every breakdown going forward is Volk is better, but will his chin hold? You're so fucking right. I don't know. BJ Penn at his peak had a really rock chin. St. Pierre's chin was normal. John Jones has a great one. I don't know. It's most champions typically have a great one. Volk's is just always a little, you can test it. Adam says, how does Paddy fare against Poirier or Gaethje? Gaethje, I think he might beat straight up. Poirier, I don't know. They can both wrestle, KO punchers. Poirier, very technical. Surely they KO Paddy. Gaethje's ground game might cost him. Is kind of the issue. If it goes to the ground, Gaethje might suffer big time against Paddy. Like, think about that. Like on the feet, maybe he gets work, but not on the ground. If we could ignore rankings, what if they made Volk versus Silva, Lopez versus Yair, make Yair earn it? Fighters at featherweight have been entitled to contender fights, title fights due to the rankings. If Volk versus Silva was possible, would it be similar to Garbrandt versus Cruz? I don't think so. But I think Silva's got a little bit more to do to get a title shot. Right? Because I'm looking at 45. Yeah, like Silva's not even ranked. So we got a little bit of work to do. That Elkins fight was hard to watch. Dude, oh my God. Did you guys see the Darren Elkins fight on the prelims? He got hit with a shot from Julian Erosa. I forget where it landed. I think it was on the equilibrium. And he just couldn't recover. Like, even after like time had elapsed, his equilibrium was off, and they stopped it late. And I got to tell you, I think that needs to be the end for Darren Elkins. I mean, I have a strong inclination to believe that they will not listen to me or anybody else, but that looked dangerous. That looked dangerous. Paddy has a chance against older Justin and Dustin. Yes, agreed with that. Nico says, what does it say about Paddy that he called out a bunch of guys except the one dude who's younger than him, Armin, who Paddy explicitly dismissed? He's trying to shoot up I mean, dude, if you can get a big opportunity with an easier fight, wouldn't you do it? He's not like he's calling out bums. How is that not 50-45? Am I crazy? 47-48 or 48-47. I didn't see it that way. Hugh says, MMA scoring is weird. I had 4-1 Volk, possibly 5-0. Round 2 is close, but other than the drop, Volk won that round. Yeah, and even then you could give it to him. Even then you could give him round 2. Justin Dustin, then Charles or Armin, and then title for Paddy Swayze. Yeah, I'd be okay with that. What's the best fight matchup for Paddy? Again, we kind of been over this one a few times, but for me, Armin, you could do Gaethje, you could do Dustin. Charles is a good one. I'm here to take over Alan W as number 1 donk. Hey, y'all fight it out. This gentleman writes, thoughts on Volk trying to wrestle trade close. The wrestling I didn't mind at all. It mostly worked out for him, to be honest with you. The trading in close was where it gets a little bit hairy, but even then he did pretty well there too. I mean, he definitely played with some risks, but in general, that worked out quite nicely. It was the retreating that cost him, which is the same thing that cost him before. So like in general, it's always going to be what it is. You know what I mean? This one right punch is going to sit him down, So, but in this fight, in this night, he did really well with it. Even with the post fight, he came off like Conor in the Rise. No, he didn't. This is a huge turning point for Paddy. Yes, it might be a huge turning point. He did not come off like Conor. Sorry, no. I was around for the rise of Conor. It was not like this. Beating 3 washed 38-year-olds is impressive. Give Paddy max, even though I think Fiziev beats him. And just how good is Jared Gordon? Guys, you can say this about these fucking guys, but if they start beating dudes with single-digit numbers next to their name over and over again, the point is someone had to take them out. Someone has to be the guy to push them out. It was him. You got to give him fucking credit for this. I'm not saying it means he can win a title. That's not what I'm saying. What I am saying is like, oh, what does it mean shit? Yes, it does. I'm sorry to tell you that it does. And you're talking to somebody who has not been a Paddy believer. It absolutely does. First card in a while that fight results felt meaningful for the division and for the UFC in general. Where does Pico fit in this crazy division? It depends on how the matchmakers want to use him. Alan W. Luke is going to tape the bridge of his glasses. Yeah, maybe so. Nico says, after the messed up shit he said, I could have sworn Bryce would have gotten booed. Nope. If anything, that might have made him more popular. Yeah, people tried to treat this like he was canceled by the woke mob or some shit. And I'm like, you have to be a fucking idiot to believe that. Dude, they're literally trying to make things that we associated with woke fucking illegal in this country, much less stamped out of universities, stamped out of public life, stamped out of government. Like, if people are pushing back on you, even in that environment, it's probably because you're saying heinous, stupid shit. And it's a much more complicated debate because we're living in a world where, the government of Israel is engaging in a series of horrors that is causing like worldwide condemnation. And that is bleeding over into people now questioning all kinds of things about the creation of that country, but then the events preceding that, namely the Holocaust and everything else. Now there's a lot of historical World War II revisionism going on. And so we're just living in a very weird time where we're just deciding that things that we knew, we don't know anymore. I don't quite know why we're doing that, but we're doing that. It never struck me that Bryce woke up every day and was like, oh, like, Gargamel attacking the Smurfs. Like, I fucking hate the Jews. I didn't get that. But he's a guy who like doesn't believe in seatbelts, doesn't believe the world is round, doesn't believe in all kinds of normal things that are part of like he has almost a problem with modernity to a degree, like modern notions of physics, modern notions of astronomy, modern notions of I mean, this guy doesn't even believe in the scientific method, for fuck's sake. Right? I mean, we're talking about pre-Francis Bacon thoughts here. He's just got this contrarian thing going. He just doesn't trust any public figure. And I think that's led him to a place where he was saying the shit that he was saying, but trying to turn him into a sympathetic figure for it. Like, he was an unfair target. I'm like, dude, if you're getting killed for the shit you're saying at this time in the country, it can only happen if you're saying the most stupidly indefensible things. Save me the shit that the woke mob is coming for him. Save it. Can it for someone else stupid enough to believe that. People came after him because he said horrendous shit. He advocated for horrendous shit. And I'm sorry, that's not being sensitive. That's being fucking normal. You have to be like, something's a little wrong with you. If you hear stuff like that, you're like, that sounds fucking cool. You need to talk to an adult. Not you, sir, but like the proverbial. Bryce thing started to feel manufactured. The fans clip with him yesterday seems no, it wasn't orchestrated. There's just a lot of young men with terrible role models these days. Refusing to touch gloves, distracted himself. I think he was nervous about that. What footwork tips can I practice from Volk? Watch. You know what? I might make a video on it, but watch the in and out turn, in and out turn, in and out turn. That's what he's so freaking good at. Henry says, what are your thoughts on Amanda Nunes coming back? Sorely needed. Also, if she fought today's version of Cyborg in a rematch, who would win? I think she would still win. I mean, I guess we'll see. I guess I don't know what condition she's in, but that she is badly needed in women's MMA. She's badly needed in today's UFC. So to me, very, very, very welcome news. Does Silva beat Ilya? I don't know yet. I don't know if we have enough evidence to conclude that. And how do you see that, guys? He's unranked. We really need to stop the like timeout. He's unranked. He's unranked. I would still favor Ilya to beat. Like when you're that good, I would. Matt, welcome to the party. Arthur used to get these celebrity Sydney Sweeney and Megan Fox. Now we're getting cuts to Ted Cruz and Cash Patel. This red wave at UFC comes at a price. I know there's a bunch of you out there that are like, oh, this is so based and cool that they're there. They have alienated so many people doing this. And right now you don't feel it. And God, who the fuck knows what's going to happen with this country in the next 4 years or longer than that? I don't know. But I hope everyone understands, there's absolutely at some point in the future going to be a blowback to this. I hope everyone knows that. It's going to be a fierce one too. It's going to be like an aggressive one. So we'll see how smart it is to alienate a big key portion of your fan base doing that. But it's done. This gentleman writes, can I get a happy 49th for today? Spent the day chilling with you. UFC and the Donks, LT and Jack Slack are the only thing keeping my interest in MMA alive. Geez, a bunch of this shit today. Massive respect for all the laughs. Yeah, happy birthday, my friend. Thanks for sticking with me. LT, I first came across your content when I was 26. As we pass midnight, I'll be a wash 39. Goddamn. Thank you for the 13 years of knowledge, perspective, and experience. You definitely helped me become a better combat sportsman. Well, thank you very much for all the support over the years. I really appreciate it. Lastly, thank you for the profound wisdom surrounding BBLs. Allow me to repaste that wisdom. I know you're an East Coast hip hop fan. However, I recommend E40 Cousin Fick and Too Short's new single Fangin'. You're welcome. You're spelled wrong. Thank you, my friend. Henry, who do you see becoming the UK's next superstar, Paddy or Tom? Well, Paddy's got opponents. You know what I mean? Paddy's got people to fight. I don't know if Tom does. If Tom fights John and beats him, the answer is Tom, obviously, right? But I don't know what's going to happen with that. I really don't. Glad you won, man. This sport breaks your heart when you get attached. Since you've covered the sport so long, does it still hit you the same? Sure. I mean, I've changed my relationship to it to a degree, but absolutely, bro. Absolutely. Elton, thank you. Four-eyed, big love from Australia. Shouts to Australia. Y'all are great people. Love y'all. Fighting nerds are the best thing since McGregor. Now, that's a little strong, but they're definitely one of the best things going. No question about that. Meant to ask, is it weird to watch the fanfare for Trump with your personal politics, or do you let it slide since he supported it so long? On a night like tonight, I kind of just try to have to disassociate, you know. Bryce, how do magnets work? Yeah, I mean, you know. Why would UFC give a bonus to Paddy instead of Reyes? I haven't seen the bonuses. So did we get those yet? Let's see. Did we get those yet? Did we get those? Oh, excuse me. Hold on. Let's see. Did we get those yet? Okay, bonuses. Let's pull those up. So this is what they have on their website. Let's see. Bonuses. Fight of the night went to Volk versus Lopes. Performance of the night went to Silva and Paddy. And attendance 18,000 for a $11.5 million gate. They say on this website, UFC now holds the 1, 2, and 3 highest grossing events of all time at the Casilla Center. That's what I mean. People get bitter about like these ticket prices, and then they just pay it. And I'm like, I don't know what lesson y'all want them to take. I'm not telling you not to do it, but I'm just saying the moaning about it, and then there's like no drop off in performance at the gate for UFC. So like, what lesson is it you want them to take? Sega Genesis says, thanks for another fun night of fight talk. Your hair looks especially good today, King. Thank you, friend. Bob, did you hear Jayon's story about his mom? I heard that it. I mean, it almost sounds not real. It's so like everyone's worst nightmare. The pendulum in politics always swings back. Yeah, but the aggressive way they've gone about what they're doing now, I am telling everybody, there is going to be a backlash, and it's not going to be short. When it happens, I don't know, but it will happen. Trust me, it will happen. Will you do a movie TV reviews on Substack? Yes. All right, boys and girls, one more time. If you want more on Substack, this is where you go. Thank you so much to everyone who joined for the watch along, for the post-fight show, for everything in between. Great night of fights. More content tomorrow. MK on Monday. We got a lot to do. I love you all. I have to call it a night. Thank you so much for watching. Mwah. Like and subscribe. Share it around. And until next time, boys and girls, get some sleep. Bye.